Так, ну що, погнали далі. Я так і не оприділився з білдом. В принципі, в башці вже є пару приколямпів, бо я хотів би попробувати, але треба як мінімум почекати, що там до чого. Це дворучка, одноручка. Обще. Духовність. Тут є призив. Жезли і куби. Що це, блядь, таке? Ага, сильний урон. Зараз будемо гамно білдити, хер його знає, скільки це займе часу, але приблизно треба поняти, що я хочу від цієї гри. М. Мгм. Прикольно, ауєшний спел буде. Типа я можу висисувати виносливість. М. Це вибивати, типа, стаміну, глушати його і піздати критами, чи щось таке. Угу. Понятно, це просто розкачує урон. Призив. А що є в призиві? Прикольно, магія поки виглядає, як завжди, імбовою. Що це за жезли і куби? Що таке куби душі? Я ще їх не бачив. Поняття, блядь, не маю. Так, ну це просто... Угу. Окей. Дагери. Кріти. Невидимость. Насрать не хочу через стелс йти. Броня. Якісь состояння. Що це взагалі таке? Угу. Ремесло и торговля, исцеление. Оце, кстати, прикольно було покачати. Оце теж прикольна тема прям. Угу. Типа можу бафнути собі після отдиха пешку. Там ману, хп, стаміну. Прикольно. Ну, це просто плюс 5 пасивних хп в відсотках. Оце класна тема. Але я не знаю, як тут з економікою. Чи стоїть воно качати? Треба зараз почекати, що тут взагалі за ветка. Тут можна втулити зараз прямо всі 4 ці перка і кайфувати. Повсігда бути при бабках. Судячи з того, що я бачив в одного з бариг прикольні пушки, трінкети і так далі, в бабках є смисл. Ну, це допкрафт хавки, нічого інтересного. Ага, в собі блюда будуть, окей. Не? От цей перк must have, мені кажеться. Це теж прикольна тема, але не думаю, що так сильно полезно, як це ж. Приклад. Удочки ще й ламатись будуть. Ой, це прикольно було б вкачати. Прикольна тема, але я не знаю нахуя. Оце дуже хороша тема, якщо лучником граєш. А, поняв, типа ресурси, можна буде більше стріл крафтити. Ого. Не понимаю, вес уменьшается на 1 уровень. Більше не создаю слабі. А, тут, походу, є градація, типа слабі, нормальні, топові предмети, якісь там супер легендарні. Тоже полезна оця ветка, я б, наверное, через неї сразу і пішов би. Ну, з броньою понятно. Можна не читати, але краще передивитися. А, состояние. Це типа яди, кровотечі, замітло від огненного урона. Понятно. Ця тема дуже полезна. Стойкость. Ага. Тобто я можу навалити собі стойкості і так набафати демеджа. По танка з себе зробити. Блядь, звучить супер хайпово, але я ще не пробував щитки і не бачив тяж броні тут. Ну, прикольно, рефлект. Це прям круто. Угу. Це теж дуже важна тема. Да. Не понял. Угу. Тоже классная тема, если идти через якогось танка. Прикольно. Це ще якийсь чіт, типа 6% буде. Що я тупо урона не получу. Вроді кажеться 6%, але воно може так прокнути, що пізда. Охуєть. Тобто я ще можу його повисити на 1,5 шанса, якщо в тяжі, і на 2х, якщо в лайті. Ну прикольно, не просто пасивно, якась там параша, типа, плюс там броня, плюс уменьшення екіпіровки, це прям прикольна тема. Це вообще must have, якщо йдеш через тяжа. Тут можна тупо вкачатися в супержирніча і вбивати типів їх же силою. Але це, мабуть, проти магії не буде працювати. Що по крітах? Кріт урон я ще взагалі не бачив, як працює. Це просто пасивно кріт урон збільшує. Прикольно. Ого. Блять, мені вже через дагери хочеться і кріти поіграти. Це теж супер прикольно. Тоже класно. Що дагери мені дадуть. Ну, це хрень. Може, я б ще не качав би його, але прийдеться походу вкидати, якщо я хочу йти через дагери. Хрень, це для снікерів іменно. Типа на 200% урон я можу бекстеп, якщо 2 дагера буде. Там вище і вище, це імбово звучить. Це прикольна прям тема. Тоже кайф. Непонятно. А, це типа взривати яд і бліди. Це круто. Можна настакати, а потім їбануть. Угу. Це теж супер круто. Можна тут блід стакати, тут блід стакати. І типи будуть просто текти. Це круто. Парірування не їбу. Скорость атаки ще віддільно є. Це круто. Прикольна тема. Таке полезно. Тобто оцю ветку взяти. Взяти цю, і ти просто будеш крамсати все, що бачиш. Це прикольно. Переміщення. Ой, я би це взяв би 100%. І це теж. І це прикольно. Блять, все хочу. Парірування, да, якось похуй. Луки, давай подивимось, що є, хоча б так. Полезно. Не їбу, що слабі міста. Що це за слабі міста? Бувають одного противника насквозь, це прикольно. Типа уєшити можна так. Ну, не таке. Ну, це теж непогано. Блять, тоже прикольна тема. Не їбу, що за слабе місто. Це хороша штука. Прикольно. Це непогано. Удобно, як мінімум. Угу. Це дуже страшно. Надо буде десь реген виносливості прям лютий мати, щоб нормально з лука стріляти. Просто баф демеджа на розстоянні прийде. Приятно. Ме. Можна застанити. Ну таке, тобто тут немає ніяких перків, які збільшували б мені move speed при натягнутій стрілі. Тобто це вже хуйня. Мені не нравляться тут луки. Щити, здоров'я. Просто баф хпшки. Це типа режим берсерка. Прикольно. Ага, поняв. М, Це типа берсерк мод. Тобто в додаткове для цих дагер білда. Це прикольно. А тут що в нас? Просто баф виносливості. Таке. Коли ти качаєш виносливість, тобі не дуже хочеться в'їбало лутати. Це для стелсу прикольно. То ж таке, блядь. Оце хороша тема. Спочатку треба буде в цю ветку йти, а потім це тоді качати. Бо іначе в цій ветці тупо смисла не буде. Вона буде працювати дуже рідко, а коли в тебе фул виносливість. Ага, оце супер прикольна тема. Можна буде менше в'їбало получаться, якщо йти через білд танка. Це обов'язково. Таке 50-50. Якщо вміти робити, це все було б прикольно. Але це для цього блок треба. Тобто, по факту, юзлеса білка, якщо ти доджиш. Тобто, а оце супер класна тема. Тобто, чим довше ти в комбаті, тим більше ти за 1,5 хвилини ти собі плюс 30% виносливості набафуєш. Це круто. Щити. Та щось не хочеться навіть дивити. Ну ладно, треба подивитись. Мало лі щось дуже понравиться, і я захочу щитовиком пограти. Таке. Просто пасивний баф урона. Це прикольно. Типа урон баша щитом набагато сильніший, хуй знаю. Оце теж хорошо. Менше урона. Прикольно. Це можна щит і магію юзати, це було б прикольно. Оце обов'язково. Перше, що треба качати. Типа можна щитом блочити магію, стріли, снаряди. Без оружия. Що нам це покаже? Атаки параша. Ну, таке, блядь, щось ні о чому. Обще. Пасивний баф урона. Хрень. Не думаю, що буду, в принципі, таким пользуватись. Бо це через блок треба грати. Фізичний урон. Ага, це прикольна тема. Тобто для дворучників прям супер круто. Угу, тоже класно. Тоже супер класно. Блять, тут ще один. Можна взяти оцей, обще. Потім в стойкості оце здоров'я, і тебе взяти броню викачати. І тут скорость атаки, наприклад, чи 2 дагера, чи взагалі через щит піти, як мразота. Тебе хуй вб'єш в цій грі. Да. Занадто багато прикольних бафів. Це просто пасивний демедж. Ну, прикольно. Тоже прикольно. Угу. Типу, коли ти б'єш, то розходи виносливості зменшуються. Це круто, коли ти дуелишся з кимось. Це прикольно теж. Це теж круто, якщо через дуали йти. Це можна, наприклад, взяти одноручний меч, дагер і піти через кріти. Класно виглядає. І це теж прикольно з 2 одноручниками або дагерами. Типа взяти так, так, так. Ну, не впевнений, я навіть не розумію, як це блокувати. З 2 одноручниками треба буде потім попробувати. Дуже прикольно. Не, скука. Поняв. Нічого особенного. Дворучники, що нам покажуть. Пассивный урон. Хорошо, минус выносливость. Прикольно, кстати. Тоже пассивка обычно. Хорошо. Тоже хорошо. Хрень. Оце прикольно, сплешити можна. Тоже прикольно. Блять. Все виглядає супер інтересно, і тепер мені хочеться все попробувати. Давай тоді будемо відштовхуватись від того, що в нас вже є. Допустим, я знайшов синій якийсь клінок тіні. Нітро 7 ловкості, 5 восприятия. Я зможу собі зараз 7 ловкості, 5 восприятия взяти. Атрибути. А, у мене все по одиничці. Ну, типа соси пебро, блядь, долбойоб. Гріл не знаю, що делать. Ладно, поки так поганяю. Може я ще не пройшов пролог. Бла-бла-бла. Що ти, шляпа нагла?
What did I tell you? Huh. That's a first. I don't put much stock in heartfelt apologies as a rule. So what do you want? Why don't you try again? What did I tell
Шкіра.
you? I'm waiting. That, I must admit, is the universal language of apologies, especially among us Oh, I've had just about enough of dealing with those sniveling morons when they're up to something. Don't look at me like that. You don't get as far in life as I have if you can't smell bullshit from a mile away. There's something fishy going on here. But I'll get to the bottom of it. And here's a brilliant idea. You're going to help me.
В'їбись, я хотів просто поторгувати. Бабки.
Straight to the point, huh? Don't worry, I'll pay you. And who knows, you might even get a discount on my wares.
Хорошо.
I
Хорошо.
need to go to Brandon and find out why that slime ball is pretending not to know I'm here. Tell him I'm waiting with his delivery. Although I'm pretty sure he knows this already. You don't know? He's the captain of this entire circus. I thought since they let you in, you must have an in with him. Turns out you know even less than I do. There's something going on, you know? They don't want anybody to know, but I can feel it. I've been doing business with the captain for years now. Then suddenly I found myself stuck here. They won't let me further in, not even to set up camp in the village. But they won't let me out either. Anyway, good luck to you. Come on.
Mm.
You do realize you won't score any points with the keepers by helping me, right? Those holier-than-thou soldier boys have no idea what it takes to be a merchant in this sorry world. The things we have to do sometimes aren't exactly done according to the rule book. There's a woman from the tribes called Nest. She's my supplier. At least, I think she's still working for me. I haven't heard from her in a while, and she was supposed to bring me some really precious cargo. Something the captain wanted me to arrange. You still up for an adventure?
Що по бабках?
My guess, and it's only a guess, is that at some point she must have been somewhere around the bay. That beach near the whale's tooth. Rumor has it that Bromar No-Face and his thugs are fond of that place, which wouldn't be good news for Nest.
Блять, що мені робити з звуком в цій грі? Його хуярить по-страшному. Я хотів вже тільки що піднімати звук діалогів, і вона почала орати. Коротше, будемо тихенько слухати.
You'll get paid, of course. Just let me know what happened. And bring back the cargo, if she still has it.
Давай. Так, штани странника. Хочу. Да. Оці 3 шмотки я прям вже хочу купити. Окей, продать. Я ж можу тобі все продати, правильно? Один дагер розставлю. Ржавий топор, це теж забирай нахуй. Це факел, да? Факел мені надо. Луки, хай буде один. Окей. За копійки, звісно, ця сучка все скупила, але ладно, забирай. У мене є таке. Це забирай, це забирай. В принципі, мені з цього ніхіра не треба, так що все твоє. Там треба стати качати для броні, мені впадло. Так, охотничі штани. Це, кстати, прикольна тема для лучника. Не. Я явно не хочу з луком грати. Поки що ставлю, але не більше. Це ми теж все сплавимо. Так, шайні. Це все хуйня. Це мені понадобиться. Фласки теж. Це крафт просто. Ага. Це прикольна тема прям. Типа на маски на пушки. Окей, пойдет. З цього отмички мені надо. Бокали забирай. Це потім определю, що це. А чому я все одно веса так дохуя? Карта. Угу. А буде якийсь типу тут мій сундучок? Персональний. Ку. Ей. Що ти морозишся, чел? Чел. О, по базарю. Чел. Чел. Люблю зайобувати. Беру. Підемо попіздимся, це навіть не обсуждається. Це буде кражею? Да. Здоров.
Welcome! In the name of our eternally reigning majesty, King Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Tables. I am obliged to inform you that fighting those who actively break the law and reject the rule of the crown is the duty and pride of every subject. As Camelot's representative, I will be paying a bounty of 10 gold pieces for the death of each bandit roving the area, as long as adequate proof is provided. I also recommend checking the bounty board for information on wanted criminals, especially those considered particularly dangerous. Please, state your business. That's correct. My name is Killian. I was sent here from the capital to see how the Horns of the South are handling the bandit problem, and also to encourage the Keepers to fight. The situation with the Pict and Del Rita savages is precarious. Too bad we can't get rid of them as easily as we did the Druids. There have also been rumors that we might soon have a civil war on our hands, so Camelot cannot afford to spread our forces too thin. There are rumors that the Rita tribes want to unite, and that would mean open war with Camelot. As for those Pict savages, they've been growing bold, leaving their forest. For now, it's just been small scrimmages. But who knows how it would end? Well, you've probably heard about the Druids making human sacrifices by stuffing people into wicker puppets and setting them on fire. Well, the people decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. They rounded them all up and then sent them up in smoke. Oh, how they must have howled and sizzled. Too bad I couldn't see it. Yep, made human sacrifices, prayed to the dark gods, brought the weirdness back. Bunch of bastards. Good thing they're worm food now. Most of them, the survivors have supposedly taken refuge with savages in the woods, and one of them is rumored to be hiding in the Horns area. But whether that was before or after the Charred Conclave, I don't know. Would you like to hear about him? His name was Slaudyarg. He was lurking near Blood Lake, a small pond where they used to throw the bodies of executed convicts. They say he would fish them out and use his magic to turn them into undead monsters. Supposedly, he started needing some fresher corpses, so he slaughtered one of the keepers. The Horns organized a manhunt. They found him and sentenced him to death. People say that the moment his body touched the surface of Blood Lake, the water turned red and it's been scarred since that day. Some say that Slaudyarg came back from the dead and seeks revenge. But if you ask me, it's just a tale by local simpletons.
Ні. Він сидить в тій піщері, і я піду з ним зараз рамсити.
I don't really have much more to tell. It's hard to get any updates here. I only know that the new Lancelot has not been very popular, and that's putting it mildly. The Witch Morgaine would have been burnt at the stake long ago if everyone weren't so afraid of her. And then we have the commoners who seem to keep forgetting their place, and loudly demanding changes. Everything is falling apart.
Понятно.
None so far. The keepers don't want to risk being turned into pincushions for a mere 10 gold pieces. Besides, the captain banned them from leaving the Horns of the South without a good reason. Too many bandits and not enough keepers. Oh, you have no idea. When I heard they were sending me south to the very place that's crawling with bandits and barbarians from the tribes, I imagined I'd be a little closer to the action, you know? Fighting, gushing blood, screams, and such like. I thought the veterans would be showing me their scars and stumps and telling me tales of how they lost their eyes, ears, and limbs. Or even better, how they were ripping open throats and bellies. Instead, the only stories I hear are when those fools break their own legs when they get drunk and fall off the walls.
О, прикольная история. Ты тоже такий же психопат. Понятно, понятно. Я би взяв його в напарники, якщо він вміє кров сосати і не тільки.
I could be, but many people can swing a sword, but only a few have as sharp and bright a mind as I do. It's just that some people were made for fighting, while others are destined for greater things. Besides, watching and listening gives me enough satisfaction without needing to risk my life. Yeah, I've been like this since I was a child. The moment an execution is over, I'm waiting for the next one. And there are quite a lot of them in Camelot. And I like to watch where Mum punished the servants with a whipping. It's just how I am. Well, Camelot would send a group of knights with Sir Galahad at the head, and he's not interested in half measures. He'd probably burn down half the garrison, or hang them. He's done both. By the way, did you know that people who are hanged rarely die from strangulation? Usually the sudden jolt causes the backbone to snap, which separates the head from the body. A while ago I saw someone hanged in the village, and it's true. One snap, and it's done.
Так, в курсі.
No matter what you say about him, he's very efficient. Brutal, even by my standards, but efficient. Oh, sure, plenty. Did you know that apparently if you cut off someone's head, they don't die straight away, but remain conscious for a few moments?
Угу.
If someone dies in a damp, closed-off space, sometimes, but very rarely, their body creates a thin layer of wax on the surface of the skin.
Та ну, і цього я не знав.
I heard that a body decomposes in water 4 times faster than on land.
Да, це знав.
I need to think. If I remember anything, I'll let you know.
Окей. Давай бабки.
You fought bandits and killed them? Oh, I want to hear all the details. Here's your reward, but promise you'll tell me everything. Again? You really like killing, don't you? Do you shoot them with arrows from afar, or do you prefer to get right up close and watch the light fade from their eyes? I have so many questions, but for now, here's your reward. Oh, someone finally checked out the notices I was posting on the board. That's the carcass of Fingerless Calm, isn't it? They've been hunting him for the slaughter of 2 keepers, and now they finally got him.
От не був тип.
Well,
В мілі він би мене отпіздив би нещадно.
Do you keep bandits' fingers as trophies? I would.
Не, багато мороки.
Before you go, I can see the blood loss in your eyes, you know. It takes one to know one. So here's some friendly advice, free of charge. If you're seeking scum to slay, you'll find bandits in the ruins of a merchant settlement nearby. It's worth visiting if you haven't already.
Угу. Окей, що по мані? В мене косарь. Навірно, поки рано купляти цей комплект путника. Я би хотів знайти свій сундук, у який я можу складати всякий мусор. Це буде кража. Жаль. Щось ви якісь мовчазні. Що з тобою?
Oh, a new face. It's always nice to see someone new here. Welcome, welcome. Why didn't I notice you earlier?
Бо я гнив.
Yes, my apologies. Ever since breakfast today, I've been sort of lost in thought. I keep thinking of my dear mother's cooking, especially her famous pie. You see, all we got here is venison and fish. Venison, then fish. And then fish, fish, and more fish.
А в чому проблема?
I can live with all the bullshit that's thrown at us soldiers. But the longer I live, the more I realize there's not much to live for, except food. And I'd kill for a slice of that pie. As if it were that easy. I ain't much of a cook. And Rorik, the one we have here, well, he says we're soldiers. so we can stick our complaints up our asses. Really? Sure, I remember her well. Here you go.
Окей. Пу-пу-пу. Сумка, сумка. Це. Награда, награда, награда. А де рецепт? Це? Ні. Що він мені дав? Ну, це просто розказує за цих бандосів, яких я потім піду кришить. Це, звісно, супер інтересно. Треба продати це. Топорик. Треба ставити обов'язково. Лук можна було б продати. Де той йобаний рецепт? Записи. Нет, не то. Письмо. Не. Може це? Ну, не воно. Лупці можна. О, F. Саме нове, ну. А ти точно дав мені блядський рецепт? Чел. Матушкин пирог 1х. Началось. А тут рецепти. Чого я не можу просто взяти і відкрити як книжку рецептів? От, допустим, у мене. Блять. Блять, ідіот ти, Коля, нахуй. Очі трохи розуй. О, матушкин пирог. Хорошо.
Yes. Still tastes like
Shit.
exactly how my mother would make it. It's just what I needed. Oh, don't get me wrong. I really appreciate what you did for me. It's just that every time I doubt my service in the horns of the South, I need a reminder of why I enlisted. My mother wasn't much of anything, to tell the truth. She always said I was good for nothing, that I should be glad she even kept me. And every day she'd bring back home a new uncle. Many of those uncles like to kick me out of my own house when they were drinking and getting busy. Then, when she'd sober up, got rid of an uncle, she'd bake me that pie as an apology. It always tasted like shit. If the other villagers hadn't been feeding me, I would have starved to death. Hence the pie. I wouldn't know. When I left my village, I decided to never look back. So I just assumed one of those uncles finally beat her to death.
Я. Ладно. Чел. Здоров. Йоу. Йоу. Що такий борзий? Так, ладно. Я ще з цією не договорив.
You're back.
Блять, я її чуть не пернув. Ти хто, блять?
Name's Orla. I'm a merchant. Or I try to be, when my business isn't being held hostage by a bunch of idiots who seem to be terrified of women. What was I thinking when I decided to leave Timberwall? Should have stayed there. You've never been to the merchant capital? Well, you didn't miss much. Yes, it's rich and extravagant, but only if you're rich and extravagant too. Other than that, it's a place like any other. The same pain and misery hiding behind gilded walls. It's not as exciting as people think. Or, well, maybe it is if you like living with a bunch of backstabbing crooks. Yeah, now I remember what I was thinking when I left that place. Not really. It's more of a requirement if you ever want to be successful in Timberwall. My family is full of them. I have no home in Timberwall. Well, we have an estate, but it hasn't felt like home for a long time. I feel like every time I go back, I recognize it less and less. The people are getting greedier and more desperate by the day. Business is slow, I'm not gonna lie. With the weirdness creeping in from the north and bandits everywhere, trade's just not as profitable as it used to be. But, I don't know. Being a merchant from Timberwall used to mean craftiness, taking risks, looking for opportunities. Now, they only care about keeping their heads down and preserving their fortunes.
Понятно. Давай поторгуємо. Кстати, з тайника. Мене це цікавить, де мій, блять, тайник. Стоп, я ще не добазарю сторону.
Oh, love, plenty. And almost none of them happy. I'll never forget the first time we stumbled upon a place after a cloud of the weirdness oozed through. It was a small settlement, just a few houses. There was this odd, bitter taste in the air. The place was completely abandoned. Or so we thought. Until we started finding them, one by one. A man who tried to chop off his legs after they started sprouting antlers. Another one who gouged his eyes out so he wouldn't have to look at his child melting into the floor. A woman in the farthest corner of the settlement managed to stab herself in the heart before it got to her. I almost dropped it all and ran back to Timberwall that day. I'm still not sure why I didn't. I guess giving up just isn't in my nature.
Понятно.
Well, off you
Все, не ори. Ми з цим фріком таки не добазарили. А, добазарили? Ну то все, котись. Куди я зайшов? Чашки я нахуй надо. Мать візьмемо. Чеснок заберемо. Це все надо. М? От я поки не знаю, який білд це зробити. Це виглядає, ніби це буде моя комната. Кстати, як тут сумка? Допустим, я хочу там із дворучника взяти факел. От я беру факел і все работає. Ну, кайф. Привал. Та щось, знаєш, не хочеться, блять, на трупі спати. Не дуже комфортненько буде. Ладно, гасимося звідси. М. Кража буде. Окей, погнали наверх. Десь же тут має бути мій блядський сундук, правильно? Ну, так собі у вас тут все, типи. Що ти
You all right,
бездушний?
newbie? Have you been to see the refugees? I can't believe poor Cole was put in a cage. Hey, what a mess. Cole came to us with a group of refugees from some nearby villages. They were looking for shelter from, well, everything that's been happening here. Bandits, the weirdness, the Del Reader, hunger. I was happy Fergus let them in and allowed them to stay. You'll meet them in the village. They live in the buildings up high. Not long ago, though, Cole started acting very strange, erratic, sometimes even aggressive. One of our keepers, old Mahon, tried to calm him down. He might have used too much force, and Cole felt compelled to defend himself. He bit old Mahon. And since then, the old fool has been lying in the infirmary. Frankly, I think Mahon brought it on himself. They shouldn't have put that poor man in a cage.
Ти що, фрік єбаний? Тіп вкусив коула цього, і той ліг з якоюсь болячкою в
If
лазареті.
you ever meet Patrice, please give her those flowers.
Нєт.
No, it's not much, but I'd like her to know she's not alone. I support her and the other refugees.
Ти що, нахуй, кур'єр?
There are more of us who do.
Плати бабки. Здоров.
Good to see you again. The pledge today was very interesting, wasn't it? The certainty in Quartermaster Amor's voice. Beautiful. Makes one eager to start work. So, what do you need this time? The pass again? Are we planning a trip to the stale lamb? Hey, not this time, my friend. I've run out of ink. I'm waiting for a delivery. Steward Orla will let me know when more arrives. In the meantime, I need to ask you for a favor. So, you in? For the sake of our long friendship?
Да,
You know it needs to stay between us. Do you
конечно.
understand? Say you understand.
Да.
Fantastic. So, here's the thing. On a recent night out at Ron's, it seems I may have left some sensitive documents at the bar. Documents, with Captain Fergus' seal. But not necessarily sealed by him. You know what I mean. I can't really go there right now. Could you get them back for me? I'm sure it won't be too much of a problem.
Ладно.
Splendid. When you have the documents, meet me at the third crowing of the rooster. Or just find me. I'll be around.
Ладно. А що тут? Ну, мені нравляться локації, як тут все зроблено. Вайбік охуєнний. А ти реально єбанутий фрік. Це моя ничка. Наконець-то. Містіть. Так. Колечки багато важать, 0,1, нормально. І давай це сюди. Ласки, поки хай всі будуть тут. Я не шарю, як його кидати, так що. І тут валяється разом з камішком. Потім це все. Надіюсь, хрючево тут не портиться. Вже, блядь, мінус вуха. Що за баланс звука в цій ігрі кончений? З крафтом я колись потім розберусь. Поки хай валяється. Ау. Це було боляче. Всякі бумажки хай остаються, оце мені треба познати. Все остальне або продати, або скинути. Правильно? Може це було б краще поставити собі. Ай, ладно. Там різниця не особо велика. А ти хто?
Sir, I haven't seen you before. I wasn't expecting any guests, and you don't look like a new recruit. And yet, Odrin let you in. He's not drinking again, I hope. Huh, that's surprising. But good. Very good. He's been a drunk for as long as I can remember. Keeps saying he'll stop, but
Ахуй, я його захистив, ну ладно.
at least not for long. The name is Fergus, and I assume you already know I'm the quartermaster here. Now state your business. And please, try to be convincing, or the walls of this fortress will be the last thing you'll ever see.
Ти що, сука, мені угрожаєш?
Yes, I know. And that's why you're still standing in front of me. However, these pens were only given to certain people. They mean that in times of trouble, these people will always find a safe haven here in the Horns. And that makes me wonder, what happened to your friend? Where is he? If what you're saying is true, he must have had a deal with somebody well above my pay grade, and that leaves only the captain. However, if you're lying, then you might as well have just confessed to the murder of a Knight of the Round Table. But nobody's that much of a fool, I think. Fortunately for you, I've seen my fair share of morons in life, and you don't look like one. Fortunately for me, this pen only means that I'm to make sure you're safe in the Horns. Nothing about helping you out with whatever you're up to. Anyway, welcome to the Horns of the South. Make yourself at home. Ninian. I knew the Red Death would take him. Damn shame. He was one of the good ones. You did right bringing this back. The Horns look after their own, even after they're gone. But, now that I think of it, how did you manage to get hold of his tag? Tortured? In the asylum? You can't expect me to take that at face value. Brother Riagan said Ninian was too weak to survive the journey. They came for him, and we even held a symbolic keeper's burial for him. And what were you doing in the island asylum? You look fine, but if you were there, near him... I'm sorry this happened to you. Still, you have to understand, now that you've told me this, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. No risks can be taken when it comes to the Red Death. That's one of our tags. Every soldier gets one when they pledge their loyalty. I just hope the body you took it from was already cold, because killing a keeper would land you in some serious trouble. You know, here's what I'm thinking. If you stumble over any of our fallen keepers out there, bring me their tags. Sure, they all swore to stay here until the bitter end, but they have families who deserve to know what became of them. It's part of my duty, but since I can't send any more beyond these walls, maybe you could lend a hand. I'll pay you for every tag.
Це прикольно, що, типу, по світу будуть розкидані такі колектиблси, як ці жетончики, і як пальці бандитів, чи що він там, чи куски шкур.
You know where to find me if you come across any more.
Скільки ти нахуй за нього дай? Нехірові бабки.
We've been having trouble with the dead lately. The kind that don't want to rest in peace. There are more and more of them roaming the area. It might just be the weirdness, as it has been steadily creeping closer from the north. but somehow I doubt it. Anyway, I suggest you go see Marg first. He knows best what's going on there. He's our huntsman. He keeps us stocked with meat, so the lads don't have to live on fish alone. They get pretty grumpy when that happens. Right now, Marg is the only other person who's allowed to leave the keep. I'm not about to risk the life of our last link to the outside world, especially when you're so eager to lend a hand. There is a local legend about a dark druid named Slaughter, that was it. He was a necromancer rumored to be able to raise the dead and make them do his bidding. It's quite an old legend, though, so unless he managed to raise himself from the dead, I doubt he's behind this. It's old. From what I've heard, it even predates the Horns of the South. The keepers and the people from the village below used to bury their dead there, but after the flood, it's been pretty much abandoned. Yeah, damn druids. They flooded a village of innocent people just to show everyone they're still in power. Fat lot of good it did them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad we got rid of them. The things they could do were unnatural. It's not far, and it's hard to miss. But honestly, I'd suggest you go see Marg first. You don't really know what you're walking into, so if I were you, I'd try to learn as much as possible beforehand. The captain forbade anyone from leaving the keep, so I couldn't. And truth be told, I didn't particularly want to. We don't get many recruits, and you're, well, your words, not mine. Good. Try not to get yourself killed, and get rid of whatever's been causing the problem.
Скільки діалогів з тобою, ти заїбав.
Excalibur. You want to pull it out? That's a good one. Well, be my guest. If you think you can, go ahead. But unless you're King Arthur reborn, I wouldn't count on it. I'm Captain Brandon's right hand. He deals with the serious matters I don't want to know anything about. I take care of our everyday life.
Блін, який білд вибрати, сука. Тут є фласки, які скидають всі мої стати, але я зможу жонглірувати цими білдами. Так що, серйозно.
Fine then. This is the keep. Anyone sworn in as a keeper lives here, unless they're no longer fit for service. If that happens, they get transferred to the village. Otherwise, they're not allowed to go there without my express permission. So if you ever see any of my boys down there looking shifty, feel free to report them. You're allowed to walk around the keep and the village, but if anyone catches you stealing, I'll take your hands. If you attack any of my men, I'll take your head. That enough for you? That's between her and the captain. Were it up to me, she'd be long gone. Her presence here distracts my men. He's not our first line of defense. The archers are. Every man here needs to have a job. And no offense to Odrin, but let's just say we can afford to lose him. I'm sure the hordes of visitors clamoring at our gates can survive the insult. It used to belong to the keep. You could say it was its beating heart. That village was where our lighthouses led the ships, and where the workers lived with their families. Ah, those must have been the days. But then the ships stopped coming, and there were less and less new keepers, and the others left looking for a better life. Until, at last, the sea took most of it.
Угу.
Depends on your idea of interesting. There's a weird statue with a gong, but I'm not sure how much of it is left. Other than that, probably just damp rubble. I don't know, ask Marg. I'm pretty sure he just sits there all day instead of hunting. No wonder we've been eating nothing but fish. What else was there to do? There weren't enough people to live there, and nobody wanted to anyway. Not since the monsters started coming out of the sea. We wiped out most of them, but new ones showed up every now and then. Marg, our hunter, keeps an eye on the place. You can talk to him.
От відсилать мене цього клоуна.
Yes? Did you... What? Just as I thought. If you have friends among the knights, you'll want to talk to the captain. But that's not happening anytime soon. Because I said so. What? Did you really expect that you could just enter our keep and head straight for the captain's quarters? There wouldn't be much point in having walls and guards here if anyone could just do that, would there? So what? And have you helped any of my people? Or are you just here to wave that pin in my face again? First, show me you care, and then I'll take you to the captain. I can't have every random stray wasting his time. Not now, when the outcome of the war with its tribes is so precarious. I trust we understand each other? Because I said so. I believe your intentions are honest, and the matter is important, but I need to confirm that first. I can't risk our safety, and especially not the captain's safety.
Ладно. З силою один вийобуватись, так це було тупо. Просто забавно.
It's better to sleep under a roof than under the stars, right? Especially in this horrible weather.
Круто. Що в нас тут? Казарми. Окей. Нехай толкового. Пішли на кухню, ми почекаємо, що там є. Ку.
You? Ah, shit. Another mouth to feed. Teargas must have been off his rocker if he thinks I can feed everyone with the little he gives me. I'm serious. If we don't open the keep soon, we'll have to start eating rats. Not that I can't cook them in a way that makes you think it's chicken. Oh, this is new. Maybe we'll get along after all. The dimwits here never want to learn, only eat. Oh, you're trying to piss me off, aren't you? If you don't like my food, then get lost. Go to Ron's Tavern and stop. What do you think they serve on the coast? The same damn thing as here. Bloody fish! Just don't come crying to me when you start missing my fried cod. In the fishing village. That's where the guards retire to sit on their asses and fart. Or sit, fart, and drink themselves into a stew. Hell no. I'd rather stay useful here and drop dead at my stove than waste space over there. If someone's still fit to work but chooses to laze around all day instead, they should be kicked out, not rewarded with free beer. It's a good thing you didn't start with calm down, or I'd have shoved my cleaver up your arse. Yeah, I'm pissed off. Because our gracious sovereigns recently decided to let in a bunch of refugees from the villages. They say they're running from the weirdness, but who knows, really? So now I have even more hungry mouths to feed. And since the captain ordered the letdown of our keep, of course, I can make you 1,000 different dishes based on fish and crowds. Come on, even the keepers need some variety in their lives. Well, an adventurer, are you? Ah, I'm good for now. But if you find something interesting, you can drop it off here. And as a sign of goodwill, I'll allow you free reign of my kitchen. If you need to cook something, go ahead.
Окей. Кракен. Вау. Блін, я б ці дві книжки взяв, але скоріш всього я їх знайду. Ладно. Це буде краще. А я ж чесний малий. Ніколи нічого не краду. А це що, якесь колечко? Ні, це текстура в миску залізла. О, рози. Оце мені надо. Сюда. Це кайф. Тут теж можна підлутатися. Хорошо, хорошо. Погнали далі. Що це? Це типу Village? А. Такий ефект. Жалко, що він статичний. Якби він так медленно падав, було б супер шикарно. Окей, тут ще якісь проходи є. Щас, одну секунду, я щас буду. Добре тут пошаритися, понять, що до чого. Стартувати десь попіздитись нормально. Оп, сюди. Сюди. А, ти хто?
What do you think of scale armor? Scale armor. What do you think of it? The ones all the keepers wear. Sure, maybe it's easy to make and doesn't restrict movement, but it doesn't provide the best protection. Someone just needs to stab you between the scales and you're done for. Lamellar armor is much better. That will prevent you from being run through with a polearm or getting shot with a bow. It's also much more comfortable. I read a lot about it. In Volume 4 of the Armourer's Almanac, Arden's Shadowblade describes the differences between various types of armour. For example, chainmail allows for a good range of movement, but it's heavy. It also provides poor protection against blunt weapons, and its production is laborious. No, but I have knowledge from books and a lot of thoughts on the subject, so I know what it would be like to wear different armour. Shadowblade is a moniker. Arden is passionate about weapons and armour. He has great knowledge of materials, techniques and history. A true expert. Everything he writes is interesting. I would love to meet him one day. I told them, but they both said I know jack shit. Besides, the keepers rarely go outside the walls nowadays. Then the quartermaster added that if I don't like our equipment, he could send me out scouting in just my underwear. Perhaps you're right. But if somebody ever stabs me under the scales, I'll go straight to the quartermaster and give him an earful. Oh, of course. I mean, I've never made one. I'm not an armourer. But I've read so much about it that I'm sure it won't be a problem. Here's the page from the Armourer's Almanac that explains the process.
Nice. Ні, ми не будемо це хавати. Мгм. Кітлікусь, лимонах там 4. Коротше, тут розказується про суперохуєнний двіж, як скрафтити їбучий та стільчатий доспіх. Потім почекаємо, коли доберемось до кузні. А ти що цікавого розкажеш, Фрік?
Hey, tell me, can you read?
Ні.
Listen, I'm no good with words. She's learning how to read and write. Can you believe it? She writes letters to me. Oh, thanks. Here's the letter. No, you must have misunderstood something. What do I do now? I don't know. I should go back to him, right? I guess. Yes.
Коротше, тіп з'їбеться його йобнуть. Ну, not my business, правда. Оп. Easy money. Кстати, про мані. Опа. Якщо що, я нічого не пиздив. Воно саме вкралось. Так. Снаряга, нові носки. Що там? Угу. Прикольно. Можна застанити, типа, на 5 секунд раз в минуту. Интересный балкончик. Сейчас мы ще тут трошки пошаримось.
Are you here to keep me company or put me out of my misery? Just kidding. Love the view, but this weather is killing me. Always windy, always moist. You don't say. I didn't choose to be here. Our beloved quartermaster sent me to freeze my arse off. He said, as punishment. I just got drunk in the tavern and lost half my pay. And maybe some of my clothes. But I mean, why would he even care? It was my gold. I can spend it how I please. Oh, aye. I need a warm coat. And I mean the absolute warmest coat you can get, huh? Osprey might have something in stock or know how to make one. I'd ask myself, but he's not exactly speaking with me these days. Stupid. That's what I was. I may or may not have commented on our blacksmith's skill. I gave him a blade to sharpen, and when I got it back, it was still dull. Osprey swore he did his job properly. I said he's getting old. And so on and so forth, until it turned out that my mate had played a trick on me, swapped my sword with another one that was as dull as a stump. I tried to make amends with Osprey, but the old man's pride is as stiff as his steel. Can't say I blame him. Now, here I am, frozen to the bone and in need of a hand. You got one to spare? Oh, come on, can't you see I'm freezing? Who in their right mind orders someone with bad joints to patrol the walls in this kind of weather, eh? Thanks. I'll be right here, freezing my arse off.
Ладно. Це типа можна туди якось перепригнути. Скоріш всього буде якась білка з блінком. Ага, тут можна попригати. Мене більше цікавить цей карнізик. Ау. Не кажи, що я сюди раді шалфея пригнув. Ель. Ну, вже не так хуйово. Але все одно хуйово. А назад як сібать? Блять, кажеться, в мене проблеми. Йоу. Блять. Ну це нечесно. Ладно, погнали. Типа я можу на сіно спригувати і не подихати, чи це якийсь баг був, ну. Похуй, я живий. Черніка. Польовка. Так, а де я вообще? Ага. Понял, я, значить, стіни по кругу обійшов. Тут у нас що? Караулка. Чи тут пошаримося? Ну, що цікаве намутим. А я бачу багато цікавого. Я нічого не краду. Прям лохи. Блять. Інтересно, якщо отмичка ламається, вони це чують? Якщо да, то мені зараз пізди дадуть. Ні, вони лохи. Ельчо я теж пизжу, тому що його можна буде пустити в алхімію. Метеоритний метательний нож. А, дивись, чим більше лута, тим довше F треба зажимати. Прикольно, кстати, система стілінга зроблена. Мені нравиться. Не просто що ти типа вскрив замок в міні-ігрі і все спиздив за секунду. Так як в цих скролах було. Сюди все. Все понадобиться. Потім, блядь, буде якийсь забавний діалог скоріше, що типу прийдуть, скажуть, після того, як ти, сука, появився тут. Я нічого не крав.
Eyes forward, and mine just can't believe it's come to this.
Поняв.
Hey,
Тобі показалось. Поняв? Ніхуя не бачив. Блядь. Треба бути акуратніший. Оп. І последній сундучок, який я тут бачив. Оп. Ну, раз така п'янка. Я не впевнений, що я можу попродавати ці мечі комусь тут. Крадяні. Що я просто інгредієнтів напижу і сібусь від цього. Там. Блять, як би я з кайфом зараз. Ніхто нічого не краде. Ти хто?
You're back.
Понятно. Цьому типу я шмотки маю вернути. Цього я говном типу кормив. Ладно, валом звідси, бо зараз ще за жопу схватять і відпіздять мене. Так, мені треба знайти кузню. Жаль. Виглядає як хата кузнеця, правильно? А от і він. Ча. Пошли пошаримся. Прикольна комнатка, я б тут, наверное, встався. Хватательні щипці, я не знаю, чи воно мені треба. Спірт і карп. Я спіжджу. Я не впевнений, нахуй я сюди пробрався, ну ладно. Щось підрізав, вже круто. Здоров.
Boy, friend, question. Do you know why people always stop and watch a blacksmith at work? Because he's riveting.
Ти вгадав.
It's good to see a new face in this sad hole. Oh, of course. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Osbert, local master of hammers and anvils. Do you need your blade sharpened? Not really. Especially since we went into a lockdown a while ago. People used to come and go. Now and then a ship would make a stop at the village below, but nobody's really come around since. Well, since the entire shit show that's going down everywhere. Now that I think of it, you're the first they've let in. What'd you do? Who did you bribe? Oh, so you have friends in Camelot. Good for you. Of course I do. Those pins are peak craftsmanship, and very rare at that. We only gave them out on Camelot's orders. But when I look at you, well, it's pretty obvious you wouldn't be able to beat a knight. And even if you found one already dead, you'd sooner nick his armor than a pin you knew nothing about. Either way, good for you. Sometimes I wonder, how many things can go wrong at the same time. They say that misery loves company, but here, it's like we've done something to anger the gods, and they're taking their sweet revenge.
Жалко, що він лисий, так би був би прикольним.
Started hearing that the weirdness was spreading near Grubwood. Soon after that, we saw waves of bandits approaching from there. Desperate people. They took a lot of our territory. Then, the Del Rita tribes took over the All-Mother's Temple. And after that, the supply chains from Camelot collapsed for some reason. And so on and so forth. We're in quite a pickle, my friend. We've started betting on what's going to happen next. Sea monsters? Who knows?
Не парся, я виріжу всіх лохів.
Yes, that damn forest north of here was already cursed and creepy. But now, I've heard it's an entirely different level of crazy. They say that some men here started going dark up north. With that, the weirdness started moving. And when the weirdness gets here, well, we're fucked. But you know that. Every child has heard the stories. Truth be told, most of them are just people desperate to survive. When the villagers started dying out because of the weirdness, hunger, or raids, they lost their livelihoods, ended up with nothing to their names, and nowhere to go. So they banded together and started raiding whatever was left. Then they turned to killing each other. They're like rabid wolves. Too bad they're here now, too. I don't know. It's hard to explain. They kept to themselves, perched in the mountains near the Forlorn Swords. Then something happened, and suddenly we saw ships arriving near our eastern shores. A couple days later, the tribes took over. One good thing is that the bandits aren't up to fighting with them. One bad thing, we aren't either.
Окей. Давай ми тоді зробимо так. Персонаж, 4 очка доступно, практичність. Де там воно? О. Оце хочу. А як його? А як його вкачать? Йоу. Блять, ну хоч десь поясніть, як це вкачувати. Чи це я маю знайти якогось вчителя, і він буде мене качати? Якщо так, то це прям, ну, дроч. Хоч і, навірно, прикольніше. А чого я реально не можу вкачати? Допустим, сила. Я хочу через одноручки піти. Тож не качається. А може на привалі це треба качати? Давай попробуємо. Так, де там? Де нажать? Це не те, блядь, ёб твою мать. В чому проблема? Я не понимаю. Я ж нажимав те, і це було явно, блядь, не сумка, а костер. Лінія. Воклик, самодействие. Нет. А якого хуя? Рівень навиків, снаряження. Хто ставить на журнал задань і кнопку Т, ви що, фріки, чи що? Йоу. Ладно. Хуй з ним. Пішли ще по базарам з цим кузнецом, може, розкаже.
Ha! Friend, I wish. But the only task I could use help with might be a bit too delicate for you to handle. Unless you're a master goldsmith, then feel free to prove it. And I'll have work for you immediately. There's just not enough of them to go around. And now that we're on lockdown, there's not much demand for my services either. Listen, I said I don't have any jobs, as in things I pay you for doing. That doesn't mean I can't teach you a thing or two. If you're willing to learn, that is. Since you're free to wander about while I'm stuck in the keep, maybe we can make good use of that. You've probably bashed in the skull of a beast or two, right? The alchemists. They're likely snatching up the corpses, using the muck to cook their weird concoctions. But perhaps you'd rather craft yourself some armor from those hides, huh? We should start with something simple. Let's see. I'll give you some notes on how to make armor. You gather the materials and get to work. And when you're done, you could bring it over so I can see what you've made.
Ладно. А де мій сундук був? Там вроді десь. Давай почекаємо. Десь тут він був. От. А ти хто? Виглядає як алкаш.
Tooth is rotten, and then sent me to Osbrit to get it pulled out. Sounds like horse crap. My grandma was smarter than your lot, and she couldn't even read.
She knew how to make a proper potion for toothache. If I were any good at mixing that stuff, I wouldn't need to deal with quacks like Heber.
I even gave him my grandma's recipe, but he said it was no good. Don't know. Probably just didn't like that an old woman from a backwater village was a better healer than him. He says it's no good. Says that if I don't get the tooth pulled out, it'll keep hurting. I told him that's why I need the remedy, to make it stop hurting. But it's like talking to a brick wall. You will?
Ладно. Ой, куча красненького. В мене не має бути в інвентарі нічого красненького, правда? Наче мене за жопу схватять. Ні, роза мені треба для квеста. Це теж можна поки дропнути. Блін, мені не нравиться, якщо чесно, красти. Це зайобує. Так, що мені по квесту треба? Блять, Ласло, йди нахуй. Конечно, стоїть. Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. Броня. Трап'є трупоєда, шапка трупоєда, шапка трупоєда. Шо, блядь? Допустим. Взять. У мене реально нема нічого з трупоєда. А, стоп, я ідіот. Мені треба скрафтити ж. А це крафтиться на цьому крафтільному станку. А, це воно? Зниження веса броні, це як? Ага. Ще в голді стоїть, ніхуя собі. Прикольно. На 15% скорость атаки можна улучшити. Ага, це я можу сразу юзати з цього. Значить, мені треба 5 шкур. Кожу я можу зробити. П'ять. Хорошо. І шапку. А це що в нас? Прикольно. Окей, допустим, я хочу улучшити цей меч, що він дасть. Збільшиться урон. Ага. Клинок тянеться для снікерсів. Не поділот. Мені не подобається. Ладно, з цим потім прикріпити реліквії, допустим, сюди. Ще, от, наприклад, сюди хочу додати стоїмость 500. Добавить ячейку реліквії. Скоріше всього, це цей огняний камінь можна буде втулити. Ну, поки виглядає все супер круто.
It's for Dan, isn't it? That ungrateful bastard still on the wall? Disagreement? Sure, you could call it that. I guess I might have overreacted a bit. But since Dan is on the wall and I'm here, I couldn't tell him that I get it. The prank and all. And I forgave him a long time ago. And now that I think about it, it was... Well, I may not be angry with him anymore. But that doesn't mean I'll work my ass off so that his doesn't freeze. Here's an explanation of how to make it. Feel free to help him out yourself.
Пойдет. Собі ще разом скрафчу.
Yeah. After we lost 2 squads trying to take back the All-Mother's Temple from the Dalrita, our captain decided that nobody leaves the Horns. Then, he shut himself in his office, without leaving us any orders. Virgus is trying to keep the lads occupied, but... just look around. Half of the people here are losing their minds, and the rest are losing their wages on drink.
Понятно.
I heard that dew fell down the stairs and didn't break a single bone. So that's a start. Other than that...
Що ти мені продасиш? Піки течені. О, це я хотів би. Але нахуя? Правильно. Ладно. Мені треба накидку зробити, да? 2 шкури. Понятно. Продай мені всі шкури, які в тебе є, блядь. Є в те шкури? Є, давай. Ні, це дуже дохуя. А що він з мене хоче? 2 шапки, блядь. Тріп'є трупоїда. В мене ж є це. Чи я не скрафтив? Блять, я не скрафтив. Окей, тоді. Що мені треба? Скільки шкур? Тепла накидка. 2 шкури. 4 шкури. Сюди треба 8 шкур. І в мене більш немає железної руди і мозг чудища. Ну, кайф. Ладно, тоді давай 4 шкури, остальні потім знайду. Чи в тебе є мозг чудища? Виглядає як нема. 4 мені треба. Раз. Два. Все одно виглядає як гівно. Я хотів плащ. Ну ладно. Чого далі шаритись? А, тобі?
Thank you, friend. Let me repay your kindness. Even though I don't have much, I can at least tell you about something I saw a little while ago. It might be interesting for an adventurer like you. See those rocks near the shore? When it gets dark, sometimes I see a light there. I'm no sure what it could be, though. A bandit camp this close to the horns? Impossible. The Daliata? No way. They wouldn't hide like that. Maybe something else entirely? It's probably nothing, but maybe you could find something interesting or valuable there. Fair enough. Here, have this potion. It helps me with my pain, so...
Ладно. Стойкое несварення. Хуй його знає, що це таке. Надіюсь, не пригодиться. О, молоко. Іліщ. Сюди. Так. У мене по бебесах. Це 600, при тому, що я закупаюсь. Ну, непогано, непогано. Пу-пу-пу. Пітізм прокачав. Круто, круто. З цим типом я ще не говорив. Виглядає жорстко.
Blessings upon you, stranger. May the world... Certainly.
О, встать. Хочу. 2К, їбать, не хочу. Оце ж. Ага. Ладно. Допустим, я зможу купити ці мозги. Давай.
What do you mean, my child? I'm afraid you are attributing too many characteristics to me based solely on the clothes I wear. The Horns of the South are my home. My mission is to spread the word. The word is good. I'm afraid that I simply cannot believe your blasphemous words without proof. Father Leon. I knew him in my youth. He was my mentor, a truly devoted servant of the Prophet. Back then, he was already showing signs of being overly devoted, let's call it. He followed the word and the word alone, which might seem commendable, but it doesn't necessarily make for easy, everyday communication between brothers. He answered questions with quotes. Can you imagine? We never knew whether his faith was truly that strong, or if he was just mocking us. So, this letter, well, it doesn't prove much. It's true that it's written in a normal way, and not using quotes, but the seal matches, and the handwriting too, so I dare not question its authenticity. I dare say, however, that Father Leon's devotion might have turned into madness. Why shouldn't it? As prepared as any men can be against something they barely understand. Swords and fire will hold back beasts, but what of the creeping rot that twists flesh and mind alike? But there is one thing. The Excalibur they keep here. It has not been wielded in an age, yet the weird does not creep near it. Well, even as it rests upon its pedestal, the air around it remains untouched. The tendrils of corruption that strangle stone and steel refuse to claim it. The keepers may not see it for what it is, but I do. There is power in that blade. Something ancient, something beyond the church's teachings. And if it truly holds back the weirdness, then perhaps it was never meant for men alone. Safe? No. But safer than most, I suppose. But tell me, what is safety, truly? A stronghold? A weapon? A prayer? I've seen men with all three fall just the same. So no, I do not feel safe. But I do feel watched. And sometimes that is enough. It's a sickness, a corruption, but also a mystery. Many of my brothers would call it a curse, a stain upon Avalon that must be purged. And yet, I wonder, did Kai not teach us that all things have a purpose? That even suffering carries wisdom? The weirdness twists and warps, yes. It consumes and it takes. But it also gives. Life grows in its wake. Strange and terrible, but life all the same. If we are to fight it, we must first understand it. And that is what frightens the church most of all. Understanding. May Kai's
Ладно.
word...
Окей.
Just another peaceful moment.
Угу, майже. Так, мені надо чекати, що мені не вистачає для цієї курточки. 4 шкури і 2 желізних руди. Ти продаєш такі приколямби? Так, 4 шкури. Допустим, є. 2 желізних руди. О, тобі і дохуя. Хорошо. Є? Є.
Well, now, that's not half bad. Not half bad at all. Solid work, and you didn't skimp on the details. You've nailed the basics. So how about we try something a bit fancier, huh?
Наящийся нагрудник, наящийся шлем. Ви що, кончені там всі? Ну це, кстати, непогано. Ладно. Хуй з ним. Це носить поки не можу. Так, я тут ще з кимось не побазарив, правильно?
so strong, so real. I remember now. The weight of it. The power. This blade was never just steel. It was a part of me. A sword like that, it doesn't yield easily. It demands strength of body and of will. You'll need to grow stronger before it will choose you.
Ладно. Сука. Я просто здох. Не кажи, що я дуже далеко. Де я, блядь? Ага. Ладно, ці квести з кузнецом потім ще поробимо.
This feeling I read this as you.
Окей. Сейвимося. Не получилось. Блін. Інтересно, це буде одноручник чи дворучник? Надіюсь, дворучник. Це квартирмейстер, це... Ой, капітана. Я просто так сюди зайду? Мене ж сюди не мали пускати, як. Здоров, ти капітан?
Welcome to the Museum of the Horns of the South, the southernmost keep under Camelot's jurisdiction. My name is Riderick, and I will be happy to introduce you to the rich history of this fascinating place. A history that began 623 years ago with the first keeper, Sewell Firstfoot. I'd also like to...
Де нахуй? Це що? Я зараз задушусь.
It began in the year 542. It is the crowning achievement of a group of keepers. It took them years of...
Я скіпаю. Душно пізда. Ні. Ладно, треба все.
The museum holds a collection of 72 items of the so-called moved...
Я не можу. Ні, він настільки нудно озвучений, що мені геть хуйово стає. Ні, ми не крадемо всякий хлам, поки не знайдемо баригу, яку можна скинуть, правильно? Що тут не буде ніякої нички? Просто... Ладно. Приколи для крафта можна красти і не паритись. Вони просто потім підуть в мій сундучок і все буде хорошо. А от всякі штуки, типа мечів, шмоток, краще не брати. Більше мороки. Це піде. Блядь, якщо чесно, скучновато тут. Пора вибиратись нахуй звідси. Но спочатку треба почекати, чи в цього фріка є ключ. Якщо є, то було б круто попробувати його вкрасти. Йоу. Нечесно. Окей, все-таки треба ключ, щоб попасти до того капітана. Ну, хуй з ним. Ну, дальше. Тут я вже був. Мені треба в таверну. Де тут таверна блядська? Кухня. Сяма. Аж є теж прикольно. Оп. Пробуємо. Це було легко. Здоров, чел.
Oh, sorry. Do I know you? I'm terrible with faces. Either way, glad to make your acquaintance. I'm Jan Heber, a physician raised in Camelot and trained in the Royal Academy. Is some local witchcraft I've been trying to make sense of. I guess I'll find out when I try it. Experience is the best teacher. Don't worry, I'm not testing anything on the others. Graham the Mad, a great Camelotian physician, used to say that a real doctor would never give his patients something he hadn't tried on himself first. A wise approach, which I follow myself.
Ну, по руці видно. Чел зловив оцю красну хрень.
What irony? Oh, that was unexpected. Here, take it. What will happen, I have no idea. But please, tell me, if you live to find out. The pursuit of knowledge is always dangerous. That's why it's reserved for only the bravest of the brave. It takes true guts to face the unknown, to realize just how little you know, and how insignificant you are to the world.
Прикольно. Вау. Блять, я хочу цей спел. Придеться куплять. Крадене краще не продавати, правда? Надо розібратися спочатку було б. Угу. Ну, це все остальне я потім понаходжу, правильно? Ладно.
Lanzo knows very well what he must do. I'm sorry, but there's nothing else I can do for him. Either he removes the tooth, or it will keep hurting. Yes, his grandma's miracle medicine. I honestly don't have time for village superstitions. I had to confiscate the recipe as well, lest he tries making it himself. As if I don't have enough problems already. No, I thought I made myself clear. If you want an excuse to drink yourself to oblivion on moonshine, just drink the moonshine. No need to add other potentially dangerous ingredients. Well, to be fair, the base recipe is pretty harmless.
But what if someone decides that if they don't have carnation, it's perfectly fine to substitute it with devil's snare, since the color is more or less the same? Or sage with wolfsbane, because, you know, leaves are leaves. I'm sorry, but unfortunately I know these people well enough not to trust them with something like this. What? How do you... You know what? Fine. Do whatever you want. But if it causes you to shit yourself for 3 days straight, don't come running to me. I was classically trained in the proper art of medicine by the scholars of Camelot. The things they do here, they make no sense. No sense at all. Most of this stuff shouldn't even be effective, yet it seems to work wonders on these simple-minded, tough-bodied people here in the south. Shipments from Camelot are late, so I'm running low on supplies. If I'm not able to treat them, they'll start complaining. And Fergus doesn't like when people complain, especially when it comes to their health. He truly cares about them, I've got to admit. He doesn't care much about anyone else, though. Healing diseases, sometimes cutting people open. Oh, and pulling out teeth seems to be a leading cause of concern for everyone around here. Me pulling teeth in the arse end of the world? My friends back in Camelot would laugh their brains out. I don't dream about anything anymore, so sleep feels like a waste of precious time. Fortunately, back in Camelot, I found a mix of remedies that can keep me awake for a whole week. It was quite popular in our study group. Oh no, every physician needs his secrets. But I can sell you some if you promise not to tell any of the higher-ups. There are side effects. You won't fall asleep for a while, but the moment you do, well, you'll feel like you died and came back to life, only to die again. So you either take the next dose or endure it. I can endure it because I don't have a post to attend to. But our brave soldiers, well, that'd be risky. Well, they already trust my word, and I'll be sure to deny everything. Moreover, I'm in the position to raise my prices or to refuse to sell you medicine, whichever suits my mood. I'm honestly quite offended you're even asking. Why would you, though? Don't you have better things to do? Aha, got it. So you're up for work not out of the goodness of your heart, but for your own selfish plans. Understood. It's a good reason. Well, I'd say it's better than most. But all right, if you're a mercenary, then I do have a job for someone who'd be willing to risk their life in exchange for material goods. Straight to the point, eh? All right. I need someone to perform a ritual within a stone circle nearby. You go there, read a spell, do whatever needs to be done, come back and tell me exactly what happened. In Camelot, maybe, but this far south? Nobody cares. I've spent my entire life digging through scrolls and books in pursuit of their knowledge. I've been reading about their rites and the descriptions of their rituals. Look, I'm sure they knew much more than we do, but it feels like there's a veil wrapped tightly around that knowledge. It's like I need to find the right spell, the right ritual, something that will unwrap it for me.
Понял. М. Здоровье восстанавливается на 80. Нахера себе средства. Пойдет.
Thank you. Here, take this. There's my...
О, плюс хпшка. Пойдет, пойдет. Понятно. Надо були оці статуетки, так. На 5 хп більше буде. З кайфом. Такс. Далі мені треба в таверну якусь. Де та таверна? А хуй його знає. Казарми. Давай в казармах пошаримся, типа, чё не? Идиот. Не знаю, нахуй мені ці стріли, я вообще не планую тут з луком стріляти, бо дуже хуйова механіка. Ну, хай будуть, хуй з ним. Остальне, в принципі, мені понадобиться. Плюс стілінг прокачую, це круто. Ладно. Казарма було скучно. Тепер в мене питання, де там кабак, про який вони казали? Якась таверна? О, тюрячка. Здоров. Ти хто?
What do you need? This is a prison, not a museum. We don't admire here. We punish. At least, that's what they tell me to say. I'm supposed to be intimidating. Grrr. So the prisoners are scared of me.
Що ти продаєш? Блін, прикольно. Типа 10 золотих після кіла дає. Це прикольна тема. Не цікаво. А от оце я би прикупив, кстати. 200 голди. Давай. Це 2200, потім щось тобі продам.
Good day. Usually, it's nothing but interesting folks. I'm telling you, in these crazy times, every one of them comes in with some wild tale. But right now, quiet as can be. Good thing I've got my books. All my adventures are in there these days. Because I am. I asked for this post. Just to get some peace, quiet, and warmth. No useless small talk. No shrieking seagulls. And none of that cursed biting wind. I'm telling you, it's heaven. And I get to read my books too. So if you've got anything interesting... Safe travel.
І ти не проти? Кажеться, тут немає так бути. Здоров.
Who are you? I am. They told me it's for my safety, and the safety of others. I don't like it. The keep is supposed to be my home, and yet here I am, locked in a damn jail. That cursed madman from the refugee group bit me. I think his name is Cole. The boys told me he's locked up in a cage now. Good. That's the proper place for animals like him. By the all-mother, if I'd known he was carrying some foul disease, I wouldn't have gone near them. He's just mad. I told the others the group of refugees would bring no good here. And as you can see, I wasn't wrong. Cursed bastards. Damned if I know. Whenever I've had a fever or cold before, I could always explain it. But this, I can't find the words. Sometimes it feels like I'm fading away. Like the part of me that makes me who I am is disappearing. I don't know how to describe it. And there's a voice at times. It calls to me. Each night it draws nearer. Like a dreadful howl. Not at all human, that's for sure. At times, I hear our words within it. But more often, it's like a noise from deep within the bowels of the earth. Like something very wicked. The medic and that red priest both came to see me. Both shrugged, offering no cure. Heber says I should wait. But if you've got anything stronger to drink, I wouldn't say no. It might ease the... Thanks. That's really nice of you. Hold fire.
Ладно, я все одно його спиздив. А де той фрік, який тебе вкуснюв? В клітці, ну ладно. А це що, лутик? Так, блядь, де таверна? Тут, походу. Це хочу. Де таверна? Угу. Значить тут, по цій дорожці. Ого. Ну, погнали. Я ще не шарився. Що?
Dara and his workers pushing so hard to build the second one? Is one not enough? Is it because one is less than two and less is worse? I mean, two lighthouses next to each other are almost the same as one, and ships don't even sail this way anymore. Two taverns, of course. One to drink in, and the second for when you're already drunk. Ha! You can stay here and serve. Sit in the tavern, drink and eat something. If you're looking for an adventure, you'll have to go elsewhere. There's always something happening out in the world. But you know what? Here in the south, everything happens late. It's a big world out there, and a small one right here. Well, not much going on here, as you can see. Things have been a bit different lately, due to the refugees. One was even hanged for theft. But I can't say much more as I wasn't there. If you're interested in the horns, you should visit our museum. you'll learn more about that fella. Swap. Aye, it's boring.
Угу.
At least you don't have to pay to enter. Almost nobody goes. What do I think? As long as they follow, folks are saying.
Понятно.
Aye, why would they? The waters are treacherous, so no ships. Storms and the weirdness are a debt. Besides, who'd have the time to build or repair them? There are enough problems on the island. I don't get.
Таки прийдеться обходити, да? Чи спуститися? А хуй його знає. Вроді спускатись надо. Ну, пошли спустимся, почекаем. Теперь сюда мы тоже пригодиться. Щось є? Да, трохи вовчого корню пойдет. Ага, сюди ми не пройдемо. А тут ми наїбнемося, здохнемо. Окей. Да, це таки я вгадав. Це таверна.
Hey, you're heading to the village, right? Tiernan should let you in. Take this medicine to my father, will you? Goban is a loud man. You shouldn't have trouble finding him. I can't promise that talking to him will be any fun. Ah, he used to serve too. In fact, he was the builder before me. Now he's just an old fart angry at the world. But a father is a father, right? We may hate each other, but as long as I can help him, I will. Hence the medicine. If Haber doesn't know, then I don't either. So we keep trying. Because he received orders not to let any keeper through without a pass, and I don't have one. I've already used mine. Guess what I used it on? That's right, bringing medicine to my father. When that Egypt gets an order, he's like a priest who stumbled into an orgy. He's got a stick up his ass. Nothing gets through him. Not all keepers have been here their entire life, you know? He got me before he joined the Horns. Serves me right for wanting to find him, stupid son of a bitch. If only I knew what it would entail. I don't know. Following my old man here was all I ever wanted. Never saw myself as anything else. Tried picturing myself as a husband, a father once. But, nah. I wouldn't know how to raise a kid. I'd just mess them up. Like father, like son, I guess. Well, no, of course not. We're not priestesses of the All-Mother. A woman can be an old crone and still devote herself to the All-Mother. But a man's got to have some fight left in him to be a keeper. Old enough to hold a sword, young enough to not break under its weight. We all got different roles around the keep, sure. But at the core, we're warriors. Don't forget that. If I had a gold coin for every time someone asked me that, I could fund the damn thing myself. Look, it's Camelot's orders. I get paid to follow them, not to question them. If they want to throw money at us to keep up appearances, that's their problem. I'm not about to stop them. Stay out of trouble.
Ок. Ага. Це чиясь хата. Надо буде ще наверх по любасу залізти.
Oh, mother have mercy. Not another one. If I let you pass, will you promise not to... That's just my luck. Take the post, Tiernan, they told me. You'll be looking after a village full of old farts. That's practically early retirement, they said. What a load of crap. There's always something. If it's not the deck falling apart, it's a refugee running around biting people. The deck? Nah, just old wood. Honestly, it's the least of my problems. But I've got no way to fix it. Dara's always busy with his lighthouse, and every time I try to do it myself, someone else needs me for something. I can't even sneak out to the tavern because last time some rich bint started complaining that everything here smells of fish. That's a seaside village. What else would it smell of? You do that? That would be a huge relief. Well, truth be told, I don't know why they want it so badly. It's for boats. No one here even, but, well, you know how it is with old folks. Once they... I'd pay if I could, but this was supposed to be my job. The budget's long gone. But if you're interested, I could teach you a thing or two about home decor. Not exactly standard keeper knowledge, but, well... Surprised? Can't blame you. This might sound odd coming from someone stationed in a glorified fish bucket, but I've got a thing for furniture. The only thing more mismatched than the barracks around here is my career choice. But, yeah, I like imagining places where things fit. Where chairs don't wobble, tables don't look like someone hacked them together with a dull axe, and beds... well, beds don't feel like they're plotting your murder while you sleep. Not exactly a secret I broadcast.
Ой, блядь, все, иди нахуй. Угу. Значит, я тут ащи хату свою можу строить. Ладно.
No need to tell me that. But I can't just go back to patrolling the walls. I'd rather sit here and hope everything works itself out. I mean, everyone's got a dice, so whether it's me or them, at least my... Oh, she's a real piece of work, that one. Her name's She came here with her husband. Poor man. I never heard him get a word in. You know, sometimes I regret not getting married. But if I had a wife like her... Well, to be fair, he only bit one person. But it was a keeper. I know Mahone can... Now both of them are sick. And Haber's got no clue what's wrong. Which is the only reason that refugee isn't... So, he's sitting in a cage. His wife's crying all day and everyone's pissed. Meanwhile, I'm... Please...
І погнали, почекаємо, що тут. Це ж не затоплене село. Чи затоплене? Я хуй знаю. Роб.
My poor Morris. Do you need help settling in, dear? This isn't the best day to start a new life in this place, but we don't always get to choose, do we? What a nasty business with that boy. I'm almost glad my Morris isn't here for this. He's such a bleeding heart. Oh, I'm not sure, love. I don't move around too much. I just heard about that fight with the road keeper, and now him and Patrice make such a lovely young couple. They remind me of Morris and me when we were there. I'm sorry, dear. I hope I didn't offend you. I'm still not used to all this. You see, I was born in Little Grove and thought I would live out the rest of my life there, working in the orchards in the mornings and drinking warm cider with my beloved in the evenings. We never wanted to see the world. I guess sometimes the world doesn't give us a choice, does it? That's what people say, but I never agreed. I weathered many storms with my Morris. Avalon taught us to cherish the little joys of our everyday life. Without those lessons, we wouldn't have survived what happened to our village. Little Grove was raided by bandits, a local gang that had been terrorizing the area for months, growing in numbers with each raid. Their leader, Bald Kate they called her, somehow got hold of a branding iron used to mark outlaws. After pillaging a village, she'd brand some men and women of her choosing. That way, Kate made sure nobody would ever help them, and that they'd have no choice but to turn to her if they wanted to survive. My Morris used to be a skilled tanner. I guess that's why she picked him. It is, isn't it? Kate is nothing if not resourceful. It's a shame she doesn't put that talent into helping people instead of hurting them. I don't know. The keeper at the gate turned Morris away because of the brand on his face. I would have left with him, but I was sick and exhausted from the journey, so I promised to join him when I got better. Except now, I've no idea where to find him. No, he only promised that he'd find somewhere safe, but I'm not sure if there is any such place left in the south. Oh, Mother bless you, my dear. That's all I could ask for. At first, it wasn't so bad, but now it gets worse every day. Don't get me wrong, we have food, we have a roof over our heads, and we're grateful for that, but no one trusts us enough to let us do any work. None of us wants to be a freeloader, as they call us. I wouldn't mind a task or two to earn my keep and to take my mind off my troubles. I might not be all hale and hearty, but I've still got two good hands, which is more than you can say about some of the codgers living here.
Бля, я сейчас засну. Тут реально нахуй заснуть можно, стільки діалогів пізданутись.
Each day feels heavier.
Що
You
за
need
бомжи?
something?
Нет. Так. Що там мене в сон клонить? Піду вмиюся. На пару минут.
Nothing changes. Nothing ever will. Each day feels heavier. They said it would get easier. Wish I'd stayed asleep.
Wish I'd stayed asleep. What's left for someone like me? What's left for someone like me? What's left for someone like me? The sun doesn't rise the same anymore. Still here, still breathing.
Я щось так подумав, може трохи графіку підтягнути. Не їбу, що таке хроматична операція, так що не буду. Все, пойдет. Сука, вони с'їбались, поки я стояв АФК. О, зато роду знайшов. Хорошо. Ладно, тоді так пошаримося. Скоріше всього, вони всі в таверну попіздячили, да? Досплять. А, я не можу з ними говорити, поки вони сплять. Вставайте, типи, блядь. Ладно, похуй, пошли в таверну. Чи давай тут костер розіб'ємо? Як його розбити? А, вспомнив. Так, і костер. Угу. Новий уровень. Атрибути. Я, наверное, вкачаю собі духовность. І все. Поки що да. А тут в навиках я хочу качати оце. На фул просто в'їбать. Щоб не паритися за бабки. Anyway, прийдеться качати, так що буде. На цьому поки все з прокачкою. Дальше. Заговоріть.
It's more than a sword. It's a promise. A blade that stands for unity, for strength, and for hope. It wasn't just mine. It belonged to Avalon. Every swing, every battle was fought for the land and its people. But Excalibur is also a burden. It demands more than just skill. It demands purpose. Without that, then it is just steel. Ah, the horns of the South, the crown jewel of these lands. We had barely laid the foundations of Tainted when Seawall and his men had already built a lighthouse, eager to guide our ships to them. He always had a competitive spirit. Of course, it helped that he took every sailor from the homelands with him, along with a handful of knights, so they could learn from one another. And thus, the Keepers of the South were formed. I decreed that every sworn keeper would stand as an equal to a Knight of the Round Table. I doubt they still honor that law. But I am glad to see the keepers grown. In my time, there was only a lighthouse and barracks.
Ладно, определіть, що це таке. А, і за це я теж бабки плачу, поняв. Ага. Ладно. Быстре путешествие. Типа я можу сюди пригати, да? У цих штучках. Ну ладно. Да, квесті вже понабиралось. Спочатку тут пошаритись треба. Це ми тут, а тут так куча квестів. Пойдет. Окей. Привал. До 10. Він прикольно.
The sun doesn't rise the same anymore.
You've come to put me in the cage.
Sorry. Just a bit of grim humour. Such a mess, isn't it? Cola's all right, and Beatrice, what a shame. Such a fine girl. Anyway, I'm Ellis. Nice to meet you. What do you need? Well, I'm Ellis. Goldsmithing is my life and passion. And between you and me, I feel like when I hold tools and make beautiful things, it feels like I can bring some light into this wretched world. So, here I am, sitting on my ass in some village listening to waves and the screams of seagulls and old men. Nothing to write home about, even if I still had one. I was working as a goldsmith in a group of, let's call them business people. I was once travelling with a caravan that got attacked by him. Their chief was a smart guy. The moment he heard I was a goldsmith, he knew what to do with me. He got me converting all the jewellery they stole into new pieces. Do you want to hear what I did once? We went to Timberwall. The gang wanted to rob some merchant's house. We holed up in a seedy tavern and waited for the right moment. Then, one night they broke in, came back with a whole load of trinkets. Beautiful stuff. The moment I saw it all, I instantly knew what I wanted to craft. They gave me a couple of days. I tinkered for a bit, and then, ta-da! Brand new merchandise. After I was finished, I dressed myself all nice, went to that merchant's house and went, "Good morning, kind sir. I'm a goldsmith. My work is renowned in all of Camelot. Would you be interested in what I have to offer?" You know what he said? "Of course I would." That nonce bought the entire lot, even though I inflated the prices like a street peddler. And when I came back, the others couldn't believe their eyes. I thought I was gonna keel over. I miss that.
Понятно.
They said it would get...
I've already told you I'm not going anywhere. If you want something... Oh, I don't know you. I'm Dugald.
You could have chosen a better time to come here. Kind of poor ambience, if you know what I mean.
Well, at least we... My boy Frank and I came here with the others. We left our village because... we had to. Well, I had to. But Frank is a good lad, so he came with me. I took him in, you know.
Found the poor sod at the mill, sleeping in the hay. He was chilled to the bone back then, but I could tell he'd be a strong lad once he thawed out. He used to help out on the farm.
He's young, but he already has a couple of tattoos. Tribal ones. Means he must have been cast out of the Del Rita.
At first, the people in our village gave him dirty looks, but then they realized he wasn't a bandit.
He was a good, hard-working kid. Then they started to treat him as one of their own. Frank is a quiet boy, and he doesn't talk much about himself. I feel like those days with the reader are long buried for him. Almost like he never lived them. Roscree. Few shacks and a small field of grain. I was a miller back there. My daughter married a good, hard-working man. Eventually, I gave them the mill.
Still helped around, but wanted to let the young folks learn how to work there. Then this kid, Frank, came along. Everything seemed to be going pretty well.
Of course, something happened. Life here can't just be bearable. Oh no. Everything has to get screwed up somehow. That's the way it goes in this cursed land. My dear Trina and her bairn. They got caught by a weird beast. I started to hit the bottle, and finally, my son-in-law kicked me out. I left Roscree, and so did Fran. He says he has some kind of life debt, and he won't leave. No. Nothing to go back to. Although it's hard to get used to something different when you've been sitting on your ass in one place for your whole life. I didn't expect to become a vagabond in my old age. To be honest, I'm a bit confused about what's going on. Usually it was me who yelled at everyone, and now I feel like a drudge. And this nasty thing with Col. Poor lad. Shouldn't have ended like that. He and Beatrice, let me tell you something. When I saw all these wrinklies around here, I thought this place would suit me. But then all this shit happened. I suspect we won't stay here long.
Something happened. Frang listens. I'm not from anywhere. Frang is attached to nowhere. I found a home with Dugald. I owe him a life debt. Frang was never a Dalrida. Not without a name. Without a name, you are nobody in the tribe. Like me. And if that lasts too long, you must leave. I left and became Frang. Frang. A name, and not a name. Nothing happened to Frang. A stray, taken in by a miller. That's all. Frang cannot be a Dalriada. His mother was. But the tribe decided that he was not worthy of a name. That is why he's not of the tribes. Conquer. Wolf. Strong. Important name. Not seen in the south for a long time. Must be dead. A place without a leader. As I see it, it will finally fall apart. One way or another. There are no tales about a place that survived without a strong leadership. And it's not about kings, nobleshites, or chieftains. Titles are just words that pull the wool over a man's eyes. What's needed is a strong soul with a strong name. And their names mean as much as Frang's, which is to say, nothing. Now they're a bit like Frang, strays with no home. Beatrice is strong, despite what happened with Cole. Ellis, he's funny. I like him. Rawson, I know nothing about her. And Dugald, a man... Don't bother. Frang never met the keepers, but the unnamed boy did. Once, a few of them, many years ago, we fought. The unnamed boy survived even though he showed fear. Shouldn't do that. The keepers approached the camp of the boy's people, but that past does not belong to Frang. I'm Frang.
What's left for someone like me?
Блять, я скоро так говорити розучуся з цих кучу діалогів. Ну, ще недовго, як мінімум тут. Я тут, сука, надіюся. О, місце від костра таки не пропало, прикольно. О, стій базарив. Блять, як настроїти цей звук? Ладно, давай так попробуем. Найс.
What do you want? Well, I'll have to disappoint you. My Cole is not the So you really don't know? If you're not from here, I'm not sure what could have brought you to this hellhole, but you have my sympathies. Just know, something is poisoning his mind and soul. I don't know what it is, or why it happened to Cole, but now we're... One evening there was a quarrel between our group, the villagers, and one of the keepers. They'd had a bit too much to drink and let some comments slip. They hurled insults at us, saying there's no place for us here, that we should just get the hell out of here because things are hard for everyone. Hard? Sure. I bet that bunch of wimps wouldn't last a week outside. All they do is sit in that keep of theirs, thinking they're the defenders of justice. Well, Cole went mad. I've never seen him like that before. He attacked that keeper and bit him. It was serious, but the keeper survived. If it weren't for the other men from the village, things could have ended very differently. Afterwards, they chained Cole up and locked him in a cage. His condition started to worsen. They said a monster like him doesn't deserve a jail cell. Jail cells are for humans. Bastards. Surprising, isn't it? It seems that Quartermaster Fergus banned any kind of vigilante behaviour. And the local healer said he wants to make sure whatever made Cole this way isn't contagious. So as long as that question remains unanswered, we're at a standstill. But honestly, if anything happens to that keeper, I have no doubt Cole will be killed and will be thrown out of the keep. This might sound silly, but before we reached the keep, we came near a strange structure. The locals call it the Arch Spire. In the morning, we realised everyone had a strange dream, but it was a little different for each of us. Cole started acting weird after that, and in time it only got worse. No, only that, well, it didn't make much sense, but he was convinced that something bit him. He kept checking. It must have been some bug. Something changed by the weirdness that must have caused his fever, his insanity. Well, it was pretty typical. We started a fire and threw some cobwebs into it. Frang brought them back from one of his treks. That boy could always find them somehow. It was our protection from the night and the weirdness. Ellis was on watch that day, but from what he told us, he eventually fell asleep. We were lucky no one slit our throats. I was in a strange place. Dark. Full of fog. Eerie. I was trying to find him. I called out, but no one answered. I was alone in the night, and then I kept falling, and falling, and falling. And then I woke up. We set up camp near the Arch Spire. We hoped that bandits wouldn't dare to venture into a place like that. Well, now I know why we could have been right. With everything that's been happening lately, I'm ready to believe in every strange thing in this world.
Окей. Мне кажется, він Вервольф. Пик.
What? How dare you? Do you know the meaning of those flowers in that configuration? Revenge. Revenge, deception, and death.
There's nothing nice about it, and I don't know if he did it on purpose or if he's just an idiot. But trust me, it's not a nice gesture. I don't care about his motivation. What you have in your hand is a very bad omen. Take those flowers away, burn them, throw them in a cauldron, whatever. I don't want to look at them. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce. As for me and Cole, well, we left Ree hoping to find a quiet place to rest for a bit.
We planned to travel the King's Road toward Camelot. Well, here we are. We found our bloody Camelot. Cole is locked up and all I can do is shed bitter tears.
Yeah, we grew up there. The village was built around a trade route. My parents ran a tavern that stood right by the road. We had a good life. We lacked for nothing. Well, that was before the damned grubwood started spitting out monsters. Then more and more caravans disappeared into the forest. People were telling stories that grew more horrifying by the day. In the end, taking that route meant certain death. Same thing that will happen to every place on this god-forsaken island. Ruin. We used to have generous clientele. Merchants and emissaries from all over Avalon. They had deep pockets, always left lots of gold. But that changed. Then our only income came from the villagers, who were getting drunker and poorer by the day. That was always our plan. Cole and I never wanted to stay there forever. Patrice and Cole from the village of Ree. Yeah. I doubt I'll ever see him again. 2 or 3 weeks ago, things were starting to get difficult. The supplies we brought with us were running low. A larger group of people is always helpful. There's always someone to talk to and share the work with. But it also means more mouths to feed and more worries to deal with. It's not easy. Each of us has a different story. Some wanted to seek their fortune elsewhere, like me and Cole. Some had to flee their homes because of bandits pillaging their villages, or because of the weirdness. Ree could be one of those places by now. There's so much turmoil in this world. People can suddenly lose themselves, becoming a danger to those they once loved. Be careful out.
Понятно. Ого, тут по берегу пошаримося. О. Здоров.
Buy something or bugger off. Unless you've already bought from Orla. Then just bugger off. Pursue potential customers. Listen here, pal. Clearly you don't understand how trading works in a place like this. I've no idea where you come from, but here, it's the potential customer who needs to pursue the vendor. And that vendor decides to sell to them or not. It's the vendor who makes the decision, not the other way around. How many people here do you think are offering to exchange goods for coins? I'll tell you, not bloody many. Yeah, Orla, a woman merchant from the keep. Go on, try giving her your money. I bet she'll just shortchange you and call it a day. She has no wit and no finesse when it comes to trading. Long enough to know what sells. Not that I'd mind having a wider selection of goods, you know. Some more options on offer. But people here don't need much, so what you see is all I have. Then there's the refugees. For now, I guess they're good business. But long term? Doubt it. Sooner or later they'll run out of money. They don't have any way to earn it since no one wants them here. They'll get kicked out, or they'll just leave and not come back. But there'll be others around to keep the businesses running, more or less.
I wouldn't mind knowing that myself. She stole a lucrative business contract out from under me and my family, then made herself at home here. Damn those timber wall. Everyone's always yammering about timber wall. Timber this, timber that. Bugger them all. Remember, good business, only with Quanacht. Fair prices, no bullshit. Yes, Quanacht. From a merchant family, to be specific. Though I've always wanted to join the Royal Geographers, to chart the uncharted. But I broke my leg, badly enough that I couldn't travel anymore. After the accident, I was stuck at home, sitting on my ass and looking after the books. It was driving me crazy. Not what I wanted from life. You've never heard of them? They're a guild of explorers, dating back to the age of legends. They travel across Avalon, documenting all the lost and forgotten places, crawling through hidden caves, discovering old ruins. That's what LSA and I dreamed of, though only one of us got to live it. Oh yeah? Maybe you wouldn't know a good thing if it bit you right in the ass. I swear, people these days. Well, a friend from back home. It was a long time. We'd run around Connacht, drawing maps of every corner we could find. And on the farms, LSA insisted on marking every stone in the fields. My mother used to get on my ass for wasting so much paper and charcoal. Good times. She got in with the geographers, started running errands for them. Well, it was right up. Said some things I shouldn't have. You know how it goes. We stopped talking, and then she left Connacht. Haven't seen her since. First thing I did when I arrived was ask the locals what this village is called. And they just said, wait for it, the village. There's also a sunken village nearby. So I asked them what that one was called, and they said, the sunken village. So I asked what it was called before it was flooded, and they told me, the village. How do you even work with that?
Наверно, це треба все-таки купити. Угу. Я вгадав. А це що у нас? Удочка. Теж беремо. Угу. Допустим. Топ, що? Ні, все окей. Вудочка, вудочка, вудочка. Угу. Бля, це сама кончена міні-ігра рибалки. Я її ще в Стар'ювелі возненавидів. Скачав мотик і просто нахуй відключав цю рибалку. Для риби 4 штуки. Новий рекорд. Вау! Ой, блядь, ідіть нахуй. Я тут зараз надовго буду сидіти. Дерево 50 штук. Де я тобі його візьму стільки? Здоров. Чел. А де нога? Знаєш, що попіздошило. Давай подивимося, як працює підсорна труба. Допустим, мені треба це. О, блядь. Якось так собі воно приближає. Нахуй я купляв. Звісно, 8 золотих, але все одно. Хуйня якась. Ладно. Гасимося звідси. Давай то камішка сплаваємо. Хоч трохи екшона. То заїбався пиздіти. Є тут щось? Звісно ж, тут нічого не буде. Це ж плювать. Треба десь намутити дерево. Мені цікаво, як рубати древесину? У мене, от, допустим. А якщо просто треба взяти топорик? Ну, от береш топорик. І їбашиш по дереву, правильно? Ну, блять, нет. Ну, капуста. Приятно, що всім поїбать, що я в них тут обчищаю. О, дерево знайшлось. Одна штучка геть. Жорстко. Ці підгрузки, але в них тут хоч бистрі. Оп, а це ми забираємо. А цю шкурку не можна спиздити? Обідно. Ладно, безсмислена хата. Блядь, такого здорового карпа зловити і запекти зернокастріку. Бать, було б жорстко. Йоу, чел. Чел. Ти чим там зайнятий, долбойоб? Понятно. Ага, за 20-ку можу собі хату купити. Прикольно. Типа городик можна буде свій робити. Блять, а я б тут поселився. Чилово. Чого я не хочу зі мною пиздіть? Тобі що, їбать чи що? Що ти сциш там по углах? Що зо мною всі перестали базарити? Ти зі мною хоч поговориш? Він німий, блять. Може пива хоч? Чи шмотки нормальні? ти хто? Габан.
Bloody hell, look at this. The old place is in a shambles. Bunch of decrepit old coots. They do nothing but shuffle around, stare at walls, and sleep under leaking roofs. Can't even hammer a nail properly. I'm telling you, if I was still working here, this place wouldn't be falling apart. But I'm not. Oh, shite. I can't even stand to look at it, let alone live here.
And who are you? What you want? You another one of Duras freeloaders?
I bloody knew it. Retirement my arse. It's shit. Never a moment of peace.
At least when I was still working, there was always something to do. Now, so, what you want? One day my boy got it into his stupid head that old Gaban is ill. Bullshit. They're all telling me I should do something about it, or else I'm done for. I'll be dead as a doornail in no time.
Like hell I will. I'm still here, ain't I? I've served my time. I've lived me life. And now you can all kiss my arse. So there. Peace and quiet. Good one. I'll only have my peace and quiet when I'm finally dead. And that ain't gonna happen soon.
At least when I'm with Finley, I don't need to listen to his nagging. Listen, they wanted Healer, that healer from the keep, to come here. He did. They wanted him to look me over. He did. Then he just threw up his hands, mumbled something to himself, and that was it. Hell, I should have been an healer. Wouldn't mind going around being a pain in everyone's arse for a living. These herbs. No idea what they're for. Eber said he doesn't know what's wrong with me, so there's no illness. I'm fit as a fiddle.
Good thing that at least the one guy who hangs around, Finley's the name, doesn't nag me all the time. Yeah, right. He'd better focus on his job. You sure have a lot of questions. Grab me a drink first, then we'll see. So, what was your question?
Hold on. Finley is not my caregiver. He's my helper at most.
Hey, first of all, I'm the cripple who needs decrepit dimwit running round after me.
Secondly, do you know the problem with having a helper who's mute? He doesn't bloody talk.
I mean, it's not all bad. At least I don't have to listen to even more bullshit. He puffs up like a marshmallow every time he tries to say something. But I don't understand shit. You sure have a lot of questions. Grab me.
Скотина, блядь.
You see, back in the day, being a keeper was a serious business. Now, don't even get me started. You used to come here with a mission.
Nowadays, lads get brought here by their own kin when they've had enough of them, or they think the Orns can hide them from the law.
No, back in my day, there was none of this scum. I came here to serve. My girl cried when I left her, but I've always known this is where I wanted to be. How was I supposed to know she had a bloody bun in the oven? By the time the wean was born, I was already planning the lighthouse's construction. Heck knows what he came here for. That's not my problem anymore, and I don't stick my nose in anyone else's business.
Oh, so many. I'm starting to like you, stranger. And trust me, it's been a long time since I liked, well, anybody. I liked me brothers in arms back in my glory days. Good lads, every damn one of them. Tough as nails, loyal to a fault. A kind of men you'd want beside you in the darkest holes of Avalon. But they're gone now, all of them. The old captain got it in his head to send us down to rediscover some mouldy tunnels under the keep. Damn fool mission that was. We went in together, but
I was the only one to come back out. I can still see all their faces when I close my eyes. A hard loss it was, but I'm still here. Oh, someday. What's with all...
Ти заїбав.
Those tunnels, right. Well, me and the lads went down there to check if we could repurpose them under the horns. Damn fool mission that was. But it wasn't just some empty caves. There were monsters, straight out of Age of Legends. Sick stuff. Stuff to get under your skin. Looked like... Ah, hell, memory's all twisted up now. Like a bloody nightmare mixed with shadows that don't belong. Want to know more? Speak with Fergus. He's in charge of this shit show now. Now, I propose a... Peace, you say? Problem is, sometimes I think they never died. They haunt me in my dreams, you know? Bloody bastards. I swear I wanted to go back and retrieve their bodies. But our late captain, make Grindelows piss on his grave, forbade me from going back. But when I drink, I usually pass out, and then I don't remember my dreams. So, I drink. Ah, my brothers deserved better.
Квіточки. Сюда. А назад я вже не перепригну, да? А ти хто? А ти хто, блядь? Чуєш, рижий? Ну, сука, шкіра, блядь. З тобою ж можна побазарить? Ні, це походу фонові NPC, їм даже якихось тупориліших реплік не прописали. Ні імен, ні хуя. Поняв. Від бабок оциплю їй, був шмота нормального дому, ти бомж.
Those tunnels.
Понятно. І ще частина квесту буде, коли я в ці тунелі попаду. Мерзость, сразу видно. Що ти?
Who are you? Another refugee? This place is already crawling with your lot. It's like a Camelosian privy after a feast. In my day, you only saw old, familiar faces round here. And maybe we didn't all love each other. But a local is a local. It was easier to share with others, even when you didn't have much. That's so. Fine. Whatever you say. But yeah, I could see that you... Not so long ago, we'd have sat down and had a drink with the rest of the... I don't know. But you could put something on the table, and then maybe we can talk. Thank you. That's... We used to come here, the three of us. Me,
Berg and Fedley. But lately, something's gotten into Berg, and it all kinda fell apart. Hell knows what happened. One day he just stopped talking to us. We went to his house to get him, but he only cursed a blue streak at us. Say, mate, do you feel like talking to an old obla? I feel bad for him, but I've got no more patience. And Finley, let's just say Finley's no good at this stuff. Now you're talking. Ever since he got so maudlin, Berg usually sits alone by the sea. Let me know what's wrong with him.
Блядь, я вже съїбав спиздіть. Ну це потенційні.
Oi, Noel, what if I pulled Excalibur from that stone, but it broke, but only at the tip? Would I still get to be king, or not?
You're so daft, Randall. Some magical lass living in a lake gave the king the sword when he broke his own bashing forearm skulls.
So, the one in the stone, what's that called? It's not Excalibur, is it?
Nah, the one in the stone was called, don't know. Sword in the stone, I guess.
Sod it, whatever. So, if I pulled the sword in the stone from the, stone, and it broke, but only a little, would I still get to be king?
What? No, you'd have to pull out all of it. Only the one who pulls out the sword gets to be king, yeah? Not the one who pulls out a bit of the sword.
Wait, but if you have a sword and it breaks, do you tell everyone that you have a sword or that you have a piece of the sword? Besides, you can always take it to the smith and he can fix a new tip.
But if he fixes a new tip, it won't be the same sword.
Are you off your knocker? How's it not the same sword? So, what is it now? A plowshare?
A shit share.
Listen, just listen to me.
Нахуй.
You got it all wrong.
Придурки, блядь. Здорово.
Beer from Kunecht, wine from Farshire, moonshine, only local, the best there is. And fish, lots and lots of fish. What's your poison?
Можна було б дешевим хрючевим, типа такого закупитися, але не надо.
You mean the old pier? Well, first of all, it's not that old. Brenadin was already the captain when it was built. Why is it called that? Don't know. Probably because of all those old folks around. A lot has been happening here lately. Plenty of new faces. I definitely can't complain. I'm finally running a proper tavern. People come and go and the regulars drink as usual, as it should be. Daddy will be proud. Hey, not here, obviously. You won't see your old man here unless your name's Dara. Mine sent me here because he hoped I'd make something out of my life. He never wanted me to pour a beer and look at the same tired mugs day in, day out, but as it turns out, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I got mauled by a werebeast during a hunt, and after that, the captain decided I wasn't any good for active service, so he sent me here. I was bored out of my mind, and since there wasn't one here, I decided to start a tavern. At least I'm not as bored anymore.
Понятно.
No, I don't recall anything like that. But that means... No. Impossible. What if... Holy moonshine. I remember. Sigibald. It was Sigibald who left those documents behind. I've no idea how you found out about it. Sigi. He's dead. Taken by a fever.
Угу.
Aye, of course I have. I didn't just throw them in some cabinet. I was afraid they'd fall into the wrong hands. He was a good man. I wouldn't get rid of my only memento of him. Here, after what you said, I assume you'll make good use of them. Even though I'm still not sure what to think about it. Things are getting weirder and weirder in our beloved Avalon. Well, he died like he lived, with a tankard in his hand. The boys always said Siji was a friend worth 5 other. He was a prankster.
Все, мені похуй. Давай на созвоні. О, з лярвою перетерти треба.
Excuse me, could you get me a clean glass? And I mean clean, not just wiped 3 times with a dirty rag. My name is Alyssa Murray, and I'm here with my husband, a very important cloth merchant. But surely you must have heard about our family.
Ні.
Not to brag, but we are rather prominent. I am famed amongst Camelot's courtiers for throwing the most magnificent feasts. Well, my Duncan is here on business, of course. A very important contract with the Lightkeepers. I decided to accompany him because I have never been to the south, and I've heard so much about its wild, untamed beauty. So far, it's turned out to be terribly dull. And the smell! It's like stale fish and sweat. Hopefully I don't have to suffer it much longer. Pray, tell me, do you know anyone here who would run a small errand for me? Oh, of course. You know, I've always found talking about money so distasteful. But needs must, I suppose. Don't worry, you'll be handsomely rewarded. You see, I've had my eye on this beautiful abandoned estate overlooking the sea. It's not very far from here, but it's far enough away from all this rabble. If we stay here for a while, I need a place for myself. You understand that, right? The problem is that the manor appears to have some occupants, not legal ones, mind you, who need to be evicted. Forcibly, if there's no other way. You'll do it for me, won't you, dear? Splendid! I can't wait to start decorating. Maybe something nautical, to go with the sound of the waves crashing on the cliffs? Or do you think that's a trifle trite?
Пошла нахуй. Ти хто?
You look competent enough. I can see that you're not of noble blood. Oh, no need to tell me that. I've tutored the children of aristocrats from all over Avalon. Fortunately for you, my opinion of them is not particularly high. Oh, and you don't look like one of the locals. Are you a visitor? Or an adventurer?
Adventurer.
You can talk. Now, I'm sure we'll get along. My name is Lady Elaine. I oversee the Farshire Library, the greatest collection of books in this part of Avalon. By the All-Mother, don't tell me you don't know what Farshire is. The largest duchy in the middle of the island, with the wise Lady Kincaid in power, who has a hold over the entire territory. Nothing? Oh, really? I know, child. I know. Everyone was surprised. Camelot turned up their noses at this for years. But after Lord Kincaid died and Aidan, Lady Kincaid's son, disappeared, the nobles of Farshire decided she could stay on the throne. Even if Aidan had been alive, she would still be ruling as a regent until he came of age. But between you and me, he wasn't a very bright boy. So she would have been ruling until her death anyway. Oh, we're lucky to have her. Difficult times require determined leaders. Worse than ever. Oh, the wordness is thickening and the roads are getting dangerous. That's why I'm here, wandering Avalon looking for solutions. If I don't do this, who will, You're probably wondering what a feeble old lady who can't even lift a sword could possibly accomplish. But King Arthur didn't conquer Avalon just because he couldn't swing a blade. No, he had knowledge, and enough wisdom to know how to use it. Lady Kincaid wasn't happy when she found out about this idea, but all mother's mercy, I am her tutor. She cannot dictate what I do, no matter her standing. Oh, do you mean a family? Oh, I've never had time for such trifles. No suitor was ever more interesting than a good book, nor did any of them smell better either. And I've raised enough of other people's children to never wish for my own. Oh, surprising. I'm looking for someone who will help me find a certain artifact. So, are you interested, child?
Слухаю.
I came to the Horns of the South because I found a fascinating book. It referred to a certain object, a figure most likely, which has the ability to dispel the wordness like a menhir can. Apparently, it can be found on the ship called Andraste, which sank over 100 years ago somewhere in this area. However, when I asked those nincompoops about it, they just laughed at me. They said that the Andraste wasn't carrying anything of value, and even if it was, they wouldn't freeze their butts off in those chilly waters.
Блядь, тепер я ще більше і більше починаю думати, що создателі цієї ігри приложили свою лапку до Ендерала.
The Last Voyage of the Andraste by Elvis the Lightkeeper. He was one of the more notable keepers. In his waning years, he became an adjutant to Captain Lex. But it's best if you read it yourself. You can read, can't you? But just be very careful. This is a very rare publication. Read it very carefully, and after you're done, come to me, and I'll tell you more. Summarize? Oh, my dear child. Oh, do you really think you'd be handed everything on a silver platter? You're not as vain and conceited as certain ladies from House Macaulay, are you? You should be grateful you can learn history from eyewitness accounts. No, I'm not going to summarize the last voyage of Andraste for you, and don't ask me again, unless you want to make me very angry.
Заебаш.
And they say young people don't want to learn anything. Come on, chop.
Якщо це там якийсь екзамен від цієї шляпи буде, то пішла ти нахуй. Буду наугад їбаш.
Splendid, splendid. Oh, it's an excellent book. According to Elvis the Lightkeeper, in the mine near the Horns of the South, they found something that they took with them. And you're telling me you come back when. Have you read? Go. Come back. Go. Come. Have you? Go. That's right. Good. What? Come. Have you?
Блять, ненавижу такого рода квести.
Good. What?
Добре, що тут хоч не рандомно.
Have you? Go. That's good. What? Come. Have you? Go. That's good. What? La. Come. Have you? What? Now. Good.
Фу, сука. Душитель блядский.
Did you hear about the captain's lockdown? Looks like the lads aren't too happy about it.
Yeah, but you know Fergus. He's got a stick up his ass. Only knows how to follow orders like a good little soldier. He's so uptight, he probably agrees with the captain. Thinks it's all necessary precautions and the like.
Now, speaking of precautions, what's all this talk I'm hearing about the weirdness creeping in? People are getting jumpy.
Ah, the weirdness. Got folks scared, all right. Used to be old stories to spook the young ones, but now even the tougher lads are
Не думаю,
starting
що я
to
тут
believe.
щось цікаве почую, мені похуй. Я вже починаю втомлюватись від цієї вічної піздьожі. Ти це все потім виложити. Я нормально бабок так підмучу зато з цих дочків. І покачаюсь трохи. Це буде рефлан їбало, якщо цілий стрім буде тупо це піздьош. Починає прям дуже сильно втомлювати. Забагато. Мені, напевно, треба було б спочатку. Ні, я все роблю правильно в плані того, що я зараз наберу кучу квестів, а потім буду ганяти це все ділати і з кайфом, коротше. Не прийдеться по 100 раз бігати туди-сюди, але... Ну, сука, забагато діалогів. Тайник якраз є. Найс.
Oi, you're not from around here, are you? Come on. Don't know. If I knew what to... Now that I believe. I remember when we were held in the same regard as Camelot. Look at us now. They're taken in wimps. It's nothing like the old days. You bet they were. It's all been falling apart ever since they put Captain Brendan in charge. That one's got two coins, whereas I should be, if you ask me. Doesn't care about anyone or anything. He's just looking out for his own skin. Worst captain I ever served under, no doubt. Not that I serve anymore, I'm retired now. Filth everywhere, and it reeks of fish. Everyone's terrified of the weirdness. It's hard to believe I've lived long enough to see times like these. Not that long ago, we used to scare kids with stories about the weirdness. But now, grown men wet themselves if we tell the same tales. Honestly, I'm done with it all. I don't even recognize this world anymore. And I don't want to. Don't even get me started. Fergus always claims he's busy, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what he actually does. Probably just pretends to work. I talk to Riderick from the museum sometimes, but that one's a real know-it-all. We always end up arguing about how things used to be. If you ask me, they're all just as bad as each other. It's never going to be the same again. My brothers are gone, and I'm left here, all alone.
Ніколи не понімав ці прив'язаності. Типа, my brother is gone. Ну, камон, чел, це не брати. Це типи, з якими ви сидите в одній тюрячці, по факту.
We had a beautiful tradition. Choosing new keepers was done differently back then. You had to lie down and sleep in a special spot, and... but that's all I'm gonna say. It's a secret, and it looks like it'll die with me. Huh? Of course I do.
In my day, it wasn't sunken. It was a beautiful, lively place. Pilgrims would visit the All Mother's Temple and Excalibur, and end up in the village. It broke my heart when I heard about the flooding. They say the Druids caused it, but who really knows? It doesn't matter now who did or didn't do what. It's over, that's all. Now go on, leave me, like everyone else has. There's nobody left within us.
Ладно. Так. Вище не. Стріли можна буде постріляти. Весь зробимо простіше. І куча матеріалів. Там можна всі дропнути. Дуже приємно, що вони про це подумали, і що типу, всі ці матеріали автоматично беруться з сундука, якщо вони тобі треба на якомусь крафтовому столику. І що ти прям з сундука можеш барижити всяким. Дуже удобненько. Хай поки валяються тут, я їх таскати не можу. А якого хера ти накидку зняв? Фрік блядський. Мені ще цікаво. Ні, давай тоді. Отак. Жорстко. Що ти, плесень? Все, не говорим, поняв. Ці як були болванчиками, так і остались. Жалко. Це що за фрік? Що ти, бідолага? Хоч пофайтитись? Походу з цим надо побазарить, да?
Guess he's got nobody else to get pissed with. Finley never liked drinking alone with him. Titan tends to get into one of his moods. And? What? That's all? You're bothering me just because that old rascal is sitting alone in the inn with nobody to natter to. You people. Bugger.
Ладно. Что вы делаете, блядь? Рофинги. Блять, а сразу дать йому бумагу, щоб він тобі писав відповіді, йобаний ти в рот. Куди його відправляє? В пизду, походу, да? Конечно. Ладно. Ремонт причала. Треба 50 древесини. Та я тобі її, блять, візьму і хуй знаю. Ну, як мінімум, треба валити нахер світі. Кредо. Ладно, значить, fast travel работає тільки від камішка до камішка. Ну ладно. Найстражник. Пу-пу-пу. Такс. пішли сюди. Слухай, а що це там за двері такі закриті? Мені прям інтересненько стало. Це що, я стільки трави не зібрав? На що я взагалі дивився? Челікс, ти на місці? Кажуть, що ти давно здох.
You're back. Hi. I told you, Ron is a good guy. And here's a little something for you. You know I pay well. Yes? You're really good at this today. Wait. Oh. Oh, you're serious. I understand.
А, понятно.
For so many years, I've been afraid to open this letter. But it looks like I needed to read it. Well, it is what it is, right? And I've been wondering why no one wants to talk to me. I thought to myself, are they mad at me or what? But why are you talking to me? How can you see me? Anyway, may the All-Mother bless your path. See you next time.
Ага, понятно. Броня. Що він мені взагалі дав? А, оце. Понятно. На один броні. Овіча голова, нахуй на мені. Ладно, хуй з ним. Я ще на маяк не ходив і не чекав, що там за закритими ці дверима поломаними. Тут, по ідеї, можна пропригати. Давай. Ну, майже. Хоч роду знайшов. Окей. А, ні, є проход. Найс. На якому мене там світі був факел на троєчці. Це так по фану, типа, щоб я якісь приколямби трошки позбирав. Типа трави. І все. Чи це типа скритий проход? А, на факел мені поки не надо. Да. А де я можу спиздити цей ключ від підземелля? Бо мені прям супер інтересно, що там. Всі кінти діда там откисли. Тепер мені треба знати, що там. Скоріше всього, якісь їбаки страшні, так що буду там получати піздов. Ну, да ладно. Так, окей. Що там у нас ще, які квести є? Можемо спуститися сюди, почекати. Узбережжю полазити, тут невелика ця локація. Але тоді, в принципі, можна звідси продовжити і нирнути в цей. Ну, пошли почекаємо. Чию це я хату зараз винесу? Сука. В каком смысле тяжело? Ладно. Пару отмычек пришлось взломать. Два таких, вау. Не зря я сюди пробрався.
Just let me rest.
Чил. Спи. We fine.
Just let me rest.
Я, наверное, зараз з даблдагером пробую поганяти. Якось дуже інтересно. Це моє. І це моє.
Wake me and I'll break you.
Боже, який солий. А, тут тільки монетки. Ну давай, клоун, на созвоні там, я не знаю. Окей, що за алчність? Це якийсь ножик, да? Бля, я не можу його юзати, треба 2 ловкості взяти. А, понятно, значить він все-таки сніч їбаний. Може тут є якийсь сундучок, в якому можна приколямбу вкусно залутати. Що це за жах? Ладно. Пройдемось по квестах. Короткий меч, не хватає сили. На кинжал хватає. Ну, поки так побігаємо, може потім прокачаю собі контрабандиста. Візьму. Ну, допустим, берем контрабандиста 1. Берем контрабандиста 2. Достаємо. А як блокувати? Ага. Це просто зажать. Понял. Мне нравится. Это Яна. Хто такий Ян, блядь? Чи я вже тут тусувався? А. Цей дурик. Бродяк не спить. Ладно, пішов ти нахуй. Треба подивитися, що по квестах в мене тут щас в цьому камелоті їбаном є. Угу. Це лагерь. Угу. Последнее плавание. И в музей надо. Сейчас доробимо всі ділішки в цій крепості і попідалимо на цей. Давай сразу же викачаємо свій 10 ловкості. Який 10 ловкості, нахуй. 3 ловкості треба, да? Буде 3. Підтвердили. Все. Переможеш їх юзати. Красиво. Так. Да. З кайфом. Зараз попробуємо з ними поганять. Бебосів підмутить халявних. А, віча голова це гриб? Уїдь гриб. Це лучше руками лишній раз не трогать. Бля, я не хочу його слухати. Слухай, а я можу його кармашки обчистити, поки він десь там дрихне, правильно? Ой, я не бачив цих сходів. От шкіра, ти що, блядь, взагалі не спиш?
Do you mean the document with information about the course, weather, position, and speed of the ship, as well as all of the stops and other occurrences kept more specifically? The document from the bridge of the Andraste, which sank tragically in nearby waters in the...
О, блядь. Як ти його озвучував, постарався, мені точно пістай.
Though I doubt those records will tell you anything, since the weirdness surrounding Avalon made sailing impossible. The knowledge of the precepts of navigation has been forgotten. Oh, no, we know that. You should have mentioned that you're looking for the wreck of the Andraste rather than the logbook. Every keeper knows that the Andraste was swallowed by the ocean. It's near what's currently known as Smuggler's Bay. Here, I'll mark...
Просто я думав, в нього є цей. Чел, відійди, там сундучок, сундучок. Сука. Я не знав, що там в нього є ночлежка. Ну ладно. Окей, який тут в мене ще є квест? Сторожевая башня називається, да? Пошли побазарим з цим фріком. Чи він ще спить? Ладно. А за те, що я розпалюю цей костер, взагалі хоч щось мені треба платити? О, доступні очки. Блін, одноручка чи дабл дагери? Блін, ну хочеться ж. Ладно, я поки так ними помахаю. Критические попадания, це всегда класна тема. Поки що не буду нічого юзати. Пофайчуся даблдагерами, подивлюсь, як це. Прикольно. Бля, я вообще костер хотів, щоб не прокачатися, подождать. Мені ж ніхто не мішає його тут розвести, правильно? Привал. Давай до 9. І базарим з цим фріком. Здорово.
Yes? Why not? Hmm? No, I don't take bribes. But if you're eager to throw your gold around, my keepers are running a charity for our veterans. That way, your coin pouch won't weigh you down, and you'll be supporting a... Thank you kindly. The veterans will appreciate it. You won't find the captain at the hall to the south. He ordered us to lock down the keep, and then he disappeared. I have my suspicions about where he might be, but I can't say for sure. And frankly, I hope I'm wrong. I don't like your tone, my friend. But all right. I suspect he's at the All-Mother's Temple. But I will warn you. If he's not dead already, I'm pretty sure you'll be if you decide to go there. That's where the Dolriada tribes are holed up, and they're not known for their kindness. And if you do find the captain, tell him to return to the Horns of the South as soon as possible. Galahad the Pure is already on his way, and he won't be pleased to find a bunch of keepers hiding behind the walls without their commander. We'll all face consequences if that happens.
Да, я вже стрімлю десь 4 години. В основному це було йобом діалогів. Я ще ні разу не файтився за 4 години. Я просто бігав, пиздів, рішав всякі ділішки в цій крепості. Трохи порозбирався в обілках. Тобто, по факту ніхуя не зробив. І зараз буду ще пиздіти і видвигатися звідси.
Captain Hagen. Well, he was a man
Да.
driven by pride and a certain disregard for caution. He sent men to explore those old tunnels beneath the keep. Somehow, he got it into his head that there was something valuable down in those tunnels. Treasures, relics, who knows what else. But the truth is, we know what was there. In the Age of Legends, it was just a hospital. There was some kind of outbreak or plague, and the place was sealed off. Nothing left to find, or so the records say.
Ну, по факту дохуя пропустив, бо я тут і квести поробив, і більше про цю всю херню знав. Типу, понабирав кучу квестів, розібрався, як працюють тут крафти. Коротше, є, що багато що зробив. По факту файтів не було, та на рахунок білда, чесно, я, блядь, ще не оприділив. Тут все виглядає супер прикольно. Я би зробив білд якоїсь невбиваємої тварі, але мені буде скучно грати. Та, блядь, багато що. Я навіть не знаю, що ти почати розказувати. Та, можна, і тут можна обнулити потім всі ці обілки свої. І перекачатися, як тобі захочеться, але поки що я ще дупля не роблю. Точно, що я не буду робити, це і грати через луки. Вони тут такі хуйові, що це жах.
Yes, it weighs on me more than I'd care to admit. If I could, I'd see them laid to rest. But no captains ever bothered. It seems they thought it was a fool's errand. Maybe not worth the risk. If you're mad enough to try, then by all means go ahead. Just don't expect any keeper to follow you. I really don't have men to spare. But maybe it's time to make it right. So...
А, ні, тут треба білочки вкидати. І качати ще помімо цього стати, там, сили, восприяття, ловкость. Тут помість Dark Souls, блядь, Скайріма і Райзена. Хоча Dark Souls не дуже. Більше Скайріма і Райзена. Мені щось прям третім Райзеном від цього всього тягне дуже страшно.
I knew we'd have to deal with this sooner or later. Time isn't exactly on our side. Mahone's condition worsens with each passing night. It's hard for me to admit, but nobody, including myself, really knows what's going on. Maybe a fresh perspective is exactly what we need. If you find any clues, follow them. I'm only interested in the details, and ideally, the solutions. There are a few retired keepers living there. They might tell you about the good old days if you ask them nicely. There are also some refugees from north of the island, since we had nowhere else to put them. I don't really know much about what's going on in that place. I just make sure they have everything they need, more or less. You can always go see for yourself.
Коротше, я подумаю, думаю поки що над білдом через дуал дагери, через одноручку, типа спелсворда, одноручка магія, і через машину смерті, через дворучку і неубиваємий тяж армор. Але я поки не знаю, які ефекти в шмоток можуть бути адекватні, то я на похуй качаюсь, поки що в економіку пішов. 4 цих очка талантів кинув, щоб на 50% дорожче продавати предмети. Може це лишнє, але похуй.
People fleeing from bandits, from the weirdness, you name it. I wasn't exaggerating when I said we were the last beacon of hope this far south. For these people, we are. Don't know how many more we can take, but that's a problem for another time. Yes? What?
Окей. Да, сюди давай. Що тоді ділаємо? Тепешимося сюди і чистимо це побережжя, разом зайдемо руди накопаємо. Чи пригаємо сразу в тунель? Да, пригаємо сразу в тунель. Why not? Зараз я хочу побігати з цими 2 дагерами. Типа за вбивство з них. В них особий ефект. Типа по 10 галди дає за кожен фраг. А в мене їх 2, так що має бути по 20 галди. Звучить хайпово. Чисто бебаси собі підніму. Можна тоді обрати цель. Мене будемо брати. Я накрав, залутав, купив собі тільки оцей ядовитий спел і все. Ну і трошки ресурсів підкупав. Замість мани ми, навірно, або армор візьмемо, або... Да, урон в ближньому бою на 15, це дуже дохуя. Шанс крит урона, а тут... Як буде так. Все-таки замок заїла. Наконец-то я вибрався звідти, блядь. 4 години фарма. Ладно, я відійду. Їду по супу беріку на пару минут і погнали файтитись. що, погнали. Надіюсь, мені тут щось піздовне дадуть. Що по луту? Угу. Такий хлам, я його даже брати не буду. Пустувато. Інтересно, тут факели теж вигорають? Якщо да, то це буде неприємно, бо я за всю ігру тільки один знайшов. Файтимся. Буду ні. Найс. Так, я таки не поняв, як мені деревину добувати. Мені її треба 50 штук для причала і, походу, ще чогось треба буде. Та вона то в мене є, але де саме рубати? Тут реально пустувато. Ну, блядь, поки що да. Якщо це будуть різні острова, то є, дивись, в мене тут. Ага, тут нема карти. Коротше, я зараз на одному острові, тут екскалібур маю залутати. Але щоб його залутати, я маю стати сильнішим, бо він мене просто вбиває, коли я до нього торкаюсь. І потім мені ще треба буде щит і доспіхи залутати. Це як в Райзені першому. Ці броню титанів. Хорошо себя чувствую? Ой, бля, я идиот. Яка? Ні, не піран'ї. Там хтось другий. Там поляки робили її вроді. Там її вроді як поляки робили. Але в мене такий вайбік проскакує іменно, коли я перший раз проходив ендерал. Спалився, блядь. А, поняв, що мене піздили так жорстко, бо їх тут двоє. Охуеть ты, конечно, мувы делаешь. Блять, ні. Я не хочу на низ. Скільки воно важить? А, хуйня якась, походу. Так. Окей, хрючево є. Я не хотів через снікера грати, але по-другому тяжко. А знаєш що, нахуй? Не хочу через снік грати. Прям зовсім не хочу. чай. Ну він тут не один. А нормальна ренжа. Шосе чухаємо. Дагери теж одноручкою считаються. Це хорошо. Сядь. Це то, що мені надо. Мені таких 5 типів треба хлопнути. Текстури щось шакалить. Інтересно, що це? Це не читається, да? Ні. Ні, вони не можуть оглушитись, в них стаміни нема. Типа вони оглушаються. Стагеряться скоріше. Типа перериваю їм атаку. Це бачив, коли вони ривок хотіли зробити, я одного тикнув і в нього прервалася атака. Це стагер називається. А оглушаються противники, я можу, наприклад, вовремя парірувати атаку і вибити стаміну, типу. Тоді він оглушиться. Оп, плюс 20-очка. Вообще приятні на початку ігри, наверное, ці дагери будуть. Надо зробити собі ще один набор. Тоді замість магії ми ставимо один клинок контрабандиста, а сюди ми ставимо сосалку, щоб підхилюватись. В цій нежиті є дуже неприятне примагнічування, мені це не нравиться прям сильно. Угу. Поняв. У мене все село, походу, загрилось. Диви, що робиться, йоп твою мать. Об'єбувати, позажмуть. Звідки ви, суки, прибігли? О, ніхуя. Ні, стаміна. Диви, я з кожного цього ублюдка плюс 20-ку лутаю. Це приємно. Це я звідси прийшов, значить на нижній ярус. куча всяких плясок, ласок, банок понаходилось. Це класна штука, під ним вона постійно бігать. Це я не знаю, краще не пити. Чи засейвитись випити. От, цим можна буде собі білди міняти. Це зілля вампірізму. А чим вони відрізняються? Бодрость хранителя, а тут бистрі шаги. Ну, тобто, по факту те саме. Стойкоть несваріння. ХП регениться на 75% быстріше. А, я поняв. Це коли ти хаваєш, ти потім зажираєш цю фласку і ХП быстріше регениться. Угу. А де тоді були розходники, якими можна було б мазати пушки? Ага, от вони. Угу. Їх можна отак сюди додати, да? Це огняна смола. Це кровава смола. Давай, хай буде. Проти якихось людей можна буде без проблем його жерти. Типа намазати 2 пушки, настакати кучу пліда і крітувати як мразь. Мозок, мясо. Це пойдет, 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 пойдет. Я надіюсь, тут крім зомбі буде ще щось інтересне. Що ти, блядь, спиш? Вставай. Да, можу. Ти побач? Оп, я в блок став. Парировать можна. Але нежить парірувати безсмислено. Що ти отвисаєш? Ладно. Хуйові каламбури. Погнали далі. Блядь, тут ще спуск. Це якась тюрячка, типа, була, чи що? Это зараз тикну, блядь. Ага, йому похуй. Понял. Давай тоді магією. Йому точно похуй на фізурон? Ти сука. Ні, йому не похуй. Ідіот. Так бездарно дохну. Ніяк не можу привикнути до цієї бойової системи. А я можу його факелом підпалити? Що ти? На, блядь, не розслабляйся. О! Вилазь звідти, заїбав. Я ж ти зараз просто магію там затикаю, дурачок. Окей, хоч, без проблем. А, він так пробиває. Понял. А, нема смисла заряджати, можна так бахати. От зомбі це неприємно. Ладно, виведемо зомбі сюди наверх. Тут його порішаємо. Нормально, достаєш. Ось. Затикав. Угу. Мука, соль. Це все надо. Я дивився, тут шмотки можна улучшати, точити. Перший мій щит. Вау. Точити мечі, всякі слоти їм для камішків магічних додати. Що виглядає прям прикольно. Чесно, тут ніхуя не весело. Розібрався наконець-то, як можна собі хавку нормально крафтити. Там, оказується, зверху була вкладочка рецепти. Так, я трохи підзаблудився, де я нахуй. Тут, значить, ще не був. Ні, тут я щит вроді взяв. Тут слізь відпіздив, значить не йдемо нижче. Що ти? Розслабляєшся? Ти тут один? Ні. Ти тут з слізью. Та все, закисни нахуй. З слізі можна висосати? О. До. Вона мені скоріше їбліще поламає. Що я зробив? Ні, це треба брати звідси. Ставити сюди. А що, в мене хавка все? Кінчилась? Да. Блять, проблеми. Окей, це було легше, ніж я думав. Але все одно він дамажить до хрена. О, ні. Та ви заїбали мати таку дистанцію атаки, суки. Куди ти пригаєш? Де смірно. Як сука. Треба бути акуратнішим. Якось це странно, тут тіпи от кисли толпою, але від кого? Ну, вони стали зомбі. Ага, там далі, походу, щось жорстке буде. Тримати краще дистанцію, бо ну нахуй цих слізняків, я не розумію, як вони атакують. Угу. А, то в тебе ще й така атака є. От, сука, собі ударив. Ладно, я не підгадую таймінги цієї тварі. Зараз хтось має бути посерйозніше. Блядь, здоровий. Это ще, блядь, харкну, сука. Пнуть мене хотів. Ну, я сильно пожадничав. А, нормально. Забили. Мгм. Дуже похоже на те, що було в Еліксі. Кожен моб вміє харкатись, кидатись. Типа, щоб їх не абузили, да? От сука, боковий має. Мерзотна тварь. Зачілься. О, я левелапнувся. Круто. Десять точильних камнів, це защита. Прикольно. Хребтоломатель. Нагрудник древнього рицаря. Що за хребтоломатель? Полюбасом не зможу його тискати, правильно? Да, 3-4 сили, 4 стойкості. Ігнорує блоки противника. Бам! І мінус фул енергія. Єбать. Це через те, що в мене статів не хватає, чи воно в принципі таке буде? Це жах. Окей. Що там по армору? Звісно, його не зможу носити. Макс виносливість. Не. Але броні дохуїще. І це все? Виходити треба тим самим. Ту самою дорогою, якою я зайшов, да? Роба. Ну ладно, валим звідси. Видно. Чи в ту сторону побіг. Ну окей. Це було прикольно, погнали далі. Можна не кінжали покачати, а просто в дуали піти. Це виглядає поки прикольно, але я не впевнений. Все, тут відкрито, хуй знову ходити. Окей, допустим. Я, наверное, тепнусь сюди, тут поброжу. І отак пройду. Угу, так і зроблю. Ви заїбали, кожен моб харкає. Мені кажеться, вони тут респавняться. Ви скільки їх, блядь, а ви не охуєлі? Енергія колосально тратиться. Ці куртки мені нахуй не нужні. Окей. Ще трупів, я, по-моєму, їх тут шукував, да? Тут десь був недалеко храм. О, отут. Пошлі занесемо йому дари. Разом подивимося, чи вони респавняться, чи ні. Бо тут стояли типи раніше. А зараз їх нема. Будуть тільки рядові противники, типу утопців. Амулет милосердя. Що це він нам дасть? Угу, прикольний. Типа від ваншота може спасти. Це круто. Могло би бути. в стадо цих фріків. Хоч похаркатись? Да, у топці респавняться і всякі отакі типи, типа трупоїдів теж. Це неприємно. Мені не дуже такий двіж нравиться. Допустим, 3 очка геть. Ого. Я би усюди хотів вийти, зілля дійствує в 2 рази довше. Це точно класно. Ну це хуй знає. Да, це ми візьмемо. Полезна тема. Одну минутку. Сорі, я тут. Що, погнали піщерку чистити? А, і руда теж возобновляється. Блін, це не круто. Значить, я буду дохуя гріндити. Ладно, якби вона в торгаші возобновлялась, це було б зовсім друге діло. То респаун мобів, респаун руди, трави, не? Хуйня, якщо чесно. Прям поки це не нравиться супер жорстко. Може, дворучки стануть імбой після прокачки. Ну я поки анівей з дагерами бігаю, так що крису полазимо. Тут ще нікого нема. Вроді як шахта, а даже руди нема. Не. Є трупоєд. Ку. І що дальше? Клоун. Ого. Здорове тут озеро. Чи це просто шахта затоплена? Шелкове волокно. Ще трупік. Мички. Давай. Пригодяться. Дуже приємно, що вони убрали цей фільтр водяний. Що типу хоч щось видно тут. Походу тут немає спелів на ночне око чи щось таке. Туди ми потім проліземо. Спочатку тут все почекаємо. Стіп. Угу, тут, походу, бандоси, да? Інтересно, зможу підкрастись? Ні. Блядь, да ні, пожалуйста.
I will bleed you. I'll have your head on a pike.
Да ні.
Not looking so good now. We'll take you down with me.
Нахуя я люблю їбалом торгувати.
I'll have your head on a pike.
Блять, от тобі стрільба з лука нравиться? Який ужас. Я не знаю, спитай всіх фріків, які це робили, це просто жах, блять, якийсь. І в чому прикол, коли ти натягуєш тетиву лука, ти не можеш нормально двигатись. Треба винирнути, подихати і почекати, що тут. А тут просто сундучок, да? Чи ще якась ничка є? Все корисне. Де я, блядь? Це я на початок винирнув? Ні. А, це я до цієї тварі приліз. Здоров, сучка. О, блядь, це серйозний тип. О, бля. Так, кирпичи лучше не ловить. Зачилься. Броня с трупоедів, окей. Ну, в цьому сундучку ж має бути щось вкусне, правда? Говно. Єбать, мій перший призив. Чекай. Ага, бач, він призив блокує мою ману. Кайф. Так, це місце. А ні, це ничка. Оп. Блять, зробити з себе супер імбу чи бути нормальним типом? Я на роздоріжжі. Чув, бро? Ти тут? Я сразу двох можу призивати? Вау. Як думаєш, що краще бути нормальним типом чи супер імбой? Бо я тут один уже білдік собі обмалював. Ру. Він прям турбомерзкий.
I'll teach you to respect me. I'll fight till I die. Beg for mercy. Ha! Gotcha! I'll have your head on a pike. Didn't see that. I'll teach you to respect me.
Ти тварь. Повтори ще раз.
I'll have your head on a pike. I'll teach you to respect me. I won't go. I'm not giving up yet.
Хочеться більше бути супер-імбой, якщо чесно. О, кріповенько тут. Блін, ладно. Якщо я зараз зроблю той свій говнобілд. Ой, випав полова із старої сталі. Вау. Це жорстко. Треба 6 сили, 2 стойкості. Можна було б з нею побігати, але мені більше це 7 ловкості, 5 восприяття. Почновато. Типа бути обичним типом. Я вже просто собі там накрутив супер жорсткий білд. Його можна було б зібрати, його ще піздошити, все живе тут. Більш ніж впевнений, що він ідеально работав би. Блін. Треба буде над цим хорошенько подумати. Я прям любитель такой грязюки. Вони не стають в проході, вони відходять, коли ти біжиш біля них. Це круто. Як до тебе пробратись? Та говна пожри своїм луком. Чому? Да. Розкажеш. Бля, їх тут ще до хіра цих типів. І хто нахуй? Йоу, що відбувається? Суки. Та я попав. Бля, ця тварь зараз знов взорветься. Що ви нахуй? Буду давить зельками, правильно? Тільки що, по-моєму, по мені наніс урон свіже цей трупоєд. Жорстко. А, це мій фрік. Ладно. Давай похавать намутим, а то. Що-то больно. Голубців пожрем. Повна хуйня. Це теж класна тема. Берем всю. Хорошо. Угу. Тобто я вже скрафтив +1, не маючи особих цих. Пойдет, пойдет. Ладно, а так. Блін, здорова піщера, і тут дуже легко в ній заблудитися, враховуючи те, що тут ще вода. Тут я був, скоріш всього, да? Да, я тут з трупоєдом цим рамсив, окей, пойдет. Чекаємо, що в воді. Ага, нашовся. Ну, то щоб тут багато щось цінного було, але. Так, це все тут, да? А я можу по них атакувати? Ні, зато вони мені кирпичом можуть в голову дати в спину. Треба навчитися мітати кінжальчики. Здоров. Та хулі ти в мене? Іди нахуй, все, я більше не призиваю вас. Такі блядські. О, колечко. Руда. Хорошо. Камінь можна добувати. Чи це просто проход? Да, тут просто проход скритий. Прикольно. Тепер мені цікаво, як до того ублюдка наверх попасти. А як це так, що ці упирі не зірвали з цих типів 2 золотих кольця? Це ж нормальні бабки. От як до нього попасти? Десь є проход. Скоріш всього, він десь там, да? Туди і пішли. А як відмінити призив? От хер його знаю. Чи тут можна вскопати? Да.
I'll take you down with me.
Все, я на перегрузі. Йо. Так, тоді сумка, ушки. Нормально стоїть. Алчність — це щось унікальне. Це я в свій сундучок скину потім. Це хуйня. Дочка мені треба, топор. Це бойовий, да? Це інструмент. 3 кіло за 50, нахуй йде. Саме. Щиток. Ні разу не юзав. Луки теж говніще. Можна не брати. Хорошо. Та блять. Погнали. Що, все, це вся пещерка? А оці руки зловіщі, типа, йоу. Вони просто так тут для понтів? Я щось, може, не понімаю. Ну ладно. Ладно, валим звідси. Все, більш нічого не знайшов. Вроді по всіх углах пробігся. Хоча тут ще можна почекати. Так, знизу я тут плавав. По-моєму, да. Да, я сюди запливав. Угу. Отут зверху тоді. Ось сюди я не заходив. Це типа можна було в туза зайти для цих типів. І перерізати їх. Ну прикольно, прикольно. Ля який. Слабенький. Здох. Ну да, все, тоді я все обшукав. Всі проходи пробіг. Можна вивалюватись з цієї піщерки. Ідемо далі по узбережжю. Може тут якийсь квест мав бути, але ну нема. І тут зроблено дуже прикольно в тому плані, що ти можеш наткнутися случайно на якусь квестову річ і підібрати її, або завалити якогось квестового персонажа, якого треба було хлопнути, відрізати йому башку і все в тебе буде хорошо. Так, це вся руда, яку ти тут міг здобути. Вроді да. підпалимо тоді. Вона не така велика проблема, бо торгашів вона сотками продається. Це перебор, мені кажеться. Важко похилити зараз. Красиво. Здоров. Ладно, хай він повирубає цих ублюдін. Вони мене роздражають сильно. Ого. А там хтось нехилий. Анімація удару пройшла. Куди ти мене б'єш, тишка? Так, я тут плутався, не? А ти хто? Що так зловіще виглядаєш? Угр. Угу. Жирнющий, но дуже медленний. Я, наверное, підхилюсь все-таки. От сука. Що це був за таймінг говна тільки, що він замедлив кидок? Угу. Блять. Переборщив, сорі. Конечно. Та куда ти, блять, атакуєш сильною атакою? Фрік ти йобаний, диви. Тому що я не заряджав сильної атаки. Та я де камінь. Таке враження, що тут якийсь ділей, блять, ніби в онлайн ігру з хуйовим пінгом граю. А знаєш що? Що нахуй? Приколямба, нічого не скажеш. Ладно, в дальній бой з ним лучше не вступати. У нього кирпич поломаний. Що по таймінгу, що по урону. А так він в мілі прям прішний. Паттерни ударів візічні. Ну, якби я не був дебілом, звісно. На зачилочку. Плюс 400 экспы. Жирный пиздец. Окей. Але сюди треба збігати. Желізне. П'ять рівнів героя. Даже интересно, зможу я його юзати? Ні, конечно. Не, можу. Стоп. Ні, 2 сили не хватає. Блядь, хочу його. Я прям зараз 2 сили втолю. Це ж воно правильно? Угу. А, то воно одноручне. Давай копье и щит попробуем. Шесть силы, 2 стойкости, допустим. Не хват. Треща левела. То есть... Що в мене по бабках? 3200, слухай, нормально, я пофармив, так що. Не буду виябуватись. Погнали в таким сетапчиком поганяємо. А отут оцей кончений фільтр води добавили. Жалко, жалко. Ще якийсь угор буде. Якісь руїнки. Пішли туди, почекаємо. Що там? Бана, ще класний лутик. От мені нравиться, що тут експлорінг хоч якось винагороджується. От ти поліз в якусь жопу міра, блядь. Знайшов в піщері якийсь сундучок, а там прикольне коп'є. Тільки трохи мене харить, що коп'є одноручне. Там Коля з блідами побігав, да? Інтересно, він накидає на нього блід? Ладно. Расплавленную молнию. Не хватає сили і стойкості. Це пушка, це бомба, це ракета, блядь, я хочу. Що мені не хватає? Одної сили і одної стойкості. Берем. Атрибути. Одна сила. Одна стойкость. Мінус 20% до Короче, йобка страшна. Ой, які. Понтові. Наверх. Інтересно, що тут зверху? А, це просто виход сюди наверх, да? Тоді не цікаво. Ебать, стаміну вообще не жре. Це без прокачок. Ну, тобто я взагалі не качав ні дуали, ні одноручки. Нічого такого не качав. Перки ні в що не вкидав. Цвет виносливості. О, файтик. А ви хто? Гобліни? А, це ці мерзості. Давай нахуй хто кого. Сучари. Ну і мерзкі ж ці красношапки. Це теж якісь типа феї. Але це все з скандинавської міфології. Що воно тут забуло? О, знайшов. Хорошо, плюс голдішка. Фулсет друїда, хоч і поношений. Блядь. Да, просто одну духовності докинути і в мене манрієн на 2 повиситься. Блять. Звучить як хуйня. Нахуй надо. Тарелку зря взял, ну ладно, потім продам. Дивись, що це коп'є, блять, робить. Жах. О, левел ап. Блять, це якийсь ужас, а не коп'є. Це, по ідеї, я мав би рубати. Воно не рубається. Що ці кинжали красношапки себе представляють? Вічні ножики, от вони. Слухай, вони не хуйові. 13-17, в мене 11-14. Ні, це ті самі дегера. А оце нове коп'є, яке я тільки що з огром вибив. Ну, з файтом. А плюс нові перчаточки собі взяв. Єбейші. Які, коли ти дуал оружки носиш, то виносливість на 20% менше тратиться. Прикольно. Ну, давай тоді спорчене м'ясо тримай. Шмаки якісь убиваючі луни. Блять, вони охуєнні для мага. Мені нравиться прям іграти в цю ігру. Типа ти бродиш, лазиш, всякою хуйньою маєшся. Находиш всякий прикольний ставчик собі. Де я вообще? Я більш ніж впевнений, що туди нема смислу йти. Клац, клац, клац. Ну от і в кого тепер вкачуватись, а? Ти ж не проти, що я тут тебе обкраду, як лоха? Що ти, дрист?
Oh well, since you're here, I have an important question. Do you have any food?
I promise to answer all of your questions, no matter how annoying or asinine they might. Oh dear. Yes, food. That stuff you put in your mouth to make sure your body doesn't wither and die, you know? Fish, meat, vegetables, bread. Oh, bread would be especially nice. I'll take anything, really.
Тебе там валялася риба, блядь. От буквально біля тебе. На яблучко схавай.
I'll be forever indebted to you, but don't expect much. The only payment I can offer you is seashells, or, you know, access to an infinite well of ancient druidic wisdom. I'd rather you choose wisdom. I threw out my collection of seashells a few days ago after I stepped on them with my bare feet. Much better. Time for a nap. Oh, except... My name is Drest, and I am the local hermit. I don't understand your skepticism. I live alone in a cave, collect seashells, and occasionally talk to crabs. What else could I be? But didn't you know? There are no more druids. The mob rounded them all up, stuffed them into a giant wicker man, and lit a fire. Their screams could barely be heard over the roaring flames, but the stench of the burning flesh easily overwhelmed the smell of blazing wicker. Its glow painted the sky in reds and yellows for the entire night. Silly. How could I have been there if I'm here now? Some years ago? I'm not sure. I don't remember. Can we change the subject? I'm sure there are more interesting things we could be talking about. Well, I'll live here. Why not? It's a perfectly good cave, albeit a bit drafty and damp. Could be better, to be honest, but we can't all live in mansions, can we? The same way you did, I presume. I'm giving you truthful answers. That's all you should ever hope for. Oh, you know what would be nice? A bath. suppose when someone says they miss the taste of roast pork, you tell them to go lick a pig. Anyway, show me the scroll. You should definitely follow the ritual. Just make sure you do everything exactly as it is written. I'm sorry, I can't tell you anymore, but it is essential that you discover it for yourself. Revealing the details would spoil the effect. The pursuit of knowledge often requires taking great risks. Now, off you hop. The ritual awaits.
І вже пора спати. О, мені так інтересно в це грати. Ладно. Ого, а тут що в мене? Длінні плавання. А, тут затонувший корабль, по-моєму. Ладно, обійду цей край карти, почекаю, що тут. Чи не обійду. Побачимо. Але ні, вже, блядь, 12. Я зараз знов хуйово посплю. Буду хуйово все чухати. Ні, краще завтра вернусь до цієї херні. Тут ще доволі великий участок карти оббігать. Ну, на остаток когось перну і можна буде йти. Хто тут є? Кому в'їбать? Та я пливу нахуй. Ні, ну красиво, базару зіро, але куди я, блядь, пливу? Треба винирнуть. А, найс, я ще зараз втуплюсь. Ладно. Я ще просто так проплив, щоб зібрати 2 баночки спірта і пару монеток, поняв. Я не бачу, щоб тут щось було. Під водою, мейбі. Блять, як це виключити? Ну, виглядає просто як здорова брила. Кам'яна, нахуй надо. Який тупо ніхуя нема. Ну що тут навіть нічого не буде прикольного. Поняв. В ідеї, я тут мав би вже з кимось попіздитись, але нікого нема. Тебе так. Бойовий топор сейнув. Це дворучний, да? Да. Ой, я можу його таскати. Охуєнний. Надо попробувати. Типа фізичний урон повишається на 24%, але віднімається мана. Для воїна це ще турбопушка. Я, звісно, не воїн, я хуй пойми що, але ну прикольно ж. Ну, а зараз на мене нападати будуть, да? А, ні, ми прийшли. Він за село. Ну окей. На цьому тоді на сьогодні все. Якщо що, на созвоні.